DAZN is the home of boxing, with over 150 live fights a year.
It's over! There's no way back from this, surely!
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
How do you like it? How do you like it?
That is unbelievable.
These guys will be legends in their own country, but also in the international basketball world forever.
That is what sport means. That is what the EuroLeague trophy means.
Are you not entertained?
I'm not supposed to be cheering, but this is X Series. I can do whatever I want.
Everything is difficult in this life, so still you need to be on it.
It all comes down to tonight. Don't miss the biggest night in MMA. PFL is more than a fight.
Catching up on any NFL game is easier than ever before. Looking to the end zone for the win!
Oh my gosh, one of the great games you'll ever see.
The competition is back, and the UEFA Women's Champions League looks set to be bigger and better than ever before.
It's their time, a night to remember.
The following program is recommended for those 16 and over, as it contains sporting violence, possible bad language, and flashing imagery.
We are live from H-Town, Houston, Texas, one of the hotbeds of boxing in the United States, and the action will be hot inside the Owl's Nest at Red Owl Boxing, where tonight it is the return of the 154-pound contender Andreas Katzourakis, fresh off his victory in the OTX tourney. And in our co-feature, his fellow Houston resident, Breon Gorham, who once opened our broadcast, tonight in the co-feature. Plenty of Houston flavor tonight. This is OTX 13.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. From the four corners of the world, to the four corners of this ring, the fight starts now! How do you like it? Off the shoulder. So aggressive, so focused. Look at these two guys. Still the undisputed champion of the world.
And we welcome you inside the jam-packed Owl's Nest here at Red Owl Boxing in Houston, Texas. One of the busiest, maybe the busiest venue in all of the sport of boxing, but it is never louder than when overtime boxing is in town. Hello, everyone. I am Corey Erdman alongside Ak and Barack. Pleased to be calling the action for you all night long here from ringside. And guys, we are here in H-Town. I described it as one of the hotbeds of boxing in the United States. And every time you do a show here, every time you come to town, you really feel like you're in a fight city.
No doubt. I mean, the last time we were here, the maintenance guy called out, so we couldn't figure out how to get the AC working. Today it's cool, and I love the fact that last year, most of the year, we were in Atlanta. Now we're touching cities all across the country. I'm ready for that.
Yeah, I think they secretly just bring the fans everywhere they go because it's the same atmosphere, the same crowd everywhere we touch. But it seems like this is the second home right here for OTX.
Yeah, well, it is the home of many of our fighters on tonight's card. So let's take a look at tonight's show because we've got a stacked broadcast for you here tonight from bottom to top. And we're going to kick things off with the multi-time national amateur champion Elijah Lugo, the brother of Nathan Lugo. He'll take on Chris Porter in our opener. Our first Houston representative, Oscar Perez. You've seen him here on OTX in the past, and you've seen the man who will be across from him in the ring here tonight. The legend, Cesar Juarez, the former world title challenger, will take on Perez over 8 rounds. And here's the aforementioned Nathan Lugo back in action, looking for his 4th knockout in as many fights as he takes on Dallas, Texas's own Austin Dulworth. Giovanni Marquez back in action, an OTX veteran tonight, taking on Esteban Munoz in an 8-round super lightweight contest. And then it is our co-feature, H-Town's own Grind Time, Breon Gorham. He'll be in tough against Luis Feliciano of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And, of course, in our main event, the OTX tournament champ, Andreas Katzourakis. He'll be taking on the undefeated former Puerto Rican junior national amateur champion, Roberto Cruz. So that's our card for you here tonight. It's a good one, guys. Let's start with that co-feature between Breon Gorham and Luis Feliciano. A really interesting one between a guy in Gorham, who's obviously a rising prospect, and a guy in Feliciano, who has been in that spot before. An interesting story, guys, because Gorham once opened our broadcast not that long ago here on OTX, but his rise has been rapid, and now we see him in the co-feature.
Right, and that's one thing, you know, sometimes you tell a fighter if you progress, you'll progress well if you perform well, and he's been performing well. You say, me and you both say that he's skillful, and that's the thing. So you open it up, and now you're basically headline, you're co-featuring. You got to perform, though. But he picked a tough guy to perform against, and we'll see if Luis still has what it takes.
He wants to be tested. I mean, this young man is very mature, not only outside the ring, but inside the ring, considering that he's been boxing since only 14 years old, heavily influenced by some of his favorites, the Terrence Crawfords of the world, the Floyd Mayweather of the world. He's already sparring with the Shakurs of the world. I see greatness in this kid already.
Yeah, and of course, taking on Feliciano, you mentioned, Barack, a tough matchup for him. Feliciano at one point was one of the prospect jewels of the Golden Boy stable. Took a couple of tough losses, but we're going to see if he can turn back the clock here tonight. Now, that main event, another Houston-based fighter, Andreas Katzourakis, now ranked inside the top 15 by 2 of the 4 major sanctioning bodies, tonight taking on Roberto Cruz. And of course, I'll flip this over to you. Coming off that tournament victory, now holding a top 15 ranking, there's an expectation, I think, around Katz to be targeting some of those bigger names at 154, but obviously that all depends on a big performance tonight.
Yeah, I mean, look, that tournament was a hot tournament. People were checking for it. He had a lot of momentum in a tough fight against Adams, but he got the nod, and he's excited about being ranked, but he's ready for the top contenders of the world. He wants to put himself in a position in 2026 to fight for a world title.
Yeah, but he needs a fight like this where you can see a little bit more from him, because the last 3 fights were tough fights. He had the toughest fights in the tournament. tournament, you know, but he made it through. And I think Roberto Cruz is the kind of guy that could show a different side of him and maybe get a great ending.
Yeah, Roberto Cruz, of course, undefeated, 11-0, as I mentioned, a junior national amateur champion back home in Puerto Rico. And I'm sure he's hoping that Katzourakis, having to go through the grinder of that tournament, maybe he catches him on an off night here tonight. We got an excellent show coming your way here tonight. If you haven't tuned in to Overtime Boxing in the past, well, we do things just a little bit differently. And we take a look at the overtime rules. Of course, there is a knockout bonus. If a fighter scores a knockout at any point in the night, he'll get monetary compensation. He'll get more money if he can do it in one of the money rounds, those being the first and last rounds of the fight. And that last round could be an overtime round, because if the scores are even at the end of the scheduled number of rounds, we will go to a bonus round, which will officially decide the winner. And we take a look at the tail of the tape for our opening contest. Elijah Lugo, his second professional bout. Of course, a storied amateur career. You see, just 18 years of age. Tonight, taking on Chris Porter, the 37-year-old from Missouri, looking to spring a big upset here in our opening contest.
Making his ring walk, Chris Porter.
So Chris Porter makes his way to the ring for our opening contest here. Of course, a tough assignment for Porter here tonight against a multi-time national amateur champion. But the main opponent, guys, for Porter throughout his career has just been inactivity. He had a 7-year layoff between 2015 and 2022. And the last time we saw him was way back in November of 2023 when he scored a second-round TKO over Keelan Fantor.
A lot of experience, but that time off, it usually tells the tale, and that's the thing, and we'll see tonight.
His counterpart, Elijah Lugo.
Well, it's a Lugo family party here tonight in Houston. Of course, we'll see the older brother, Nathan, a little bit later on our card, but it's Elijah, the 18-year-old, kicking things off, and he's been competing with his brother in terms of record setting. Nathan, at one point, was the record holder for most knockouts in the history of USA boxing. That record was beaten by his younger brother, Elijah Lugo, but he did not get a knockout in his pro debut, which, guys, he says is actually a good thing. It taught him a lesson that he needs to relax a little bit and not hunt for the knockout so explicitly here in the pros.
Yeah, I still think that him and his brother probably are going to have a little secret competition in the pros as well down the line, who had more knockouts.
He's already losing. You know, but it's good for fighters to experience that. You have the eraser and realize early in the game that I can't knock everybody out.
Elijah Lugo, 26 different national titles in the United States and one world title at the World Under-19 Championships. Signed to David McWater, who we all know is an excellent talent recruiter. And Elijah Lugo, he feels, is a future star in the sport. We're going to get a look at him here in our opening contest.
We welcome you to the premier combat sports venue in the Lone Star State, the Owl's Nest. Houston, Texas, any closer to the action, and you're gonna need a mouthpiece. This is OTX Friday Night Fights. We open up the action with this bout set for 4 rounds in the super middleweight division. Our judges are Randy Russell, Dustin Weaver, and Jesse Reyes. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. Tonight, he answers the call and accepts the challenge, facing off against another undefeated opponent in his 7th bout as a pro with 2 victories. Against 2 losses, 2 bouts even, both of his victories coming by way of KO. Hailing from East St. Louis and repping the Lou, St. Louis, Missouri, Chris Go-Getter Porter. His opposition across the ring in the red corner. Tonight, this devastating power puncher, who holds the record for the most KOs in U.S. amateur history, along with 26 national amateur titles, returns to the ring in his 2nd professional bout, looking to remain undefeated. From Marietta, Georgia, Elijah Kaboom Lugo. With final instructions, referee Joe Rodriguez.
All right, gentlemen, we gave you instructions in the dressing room. I expect you to obey my commands at all times. Most importantly, protect yourself at all times, all right? Trunks are good here, trunks are good here. Good luck.
So we are ready to kick things off here at the Owl's Nest. Elijah Lugo in his 2nd professional fight, looking for his 1st professional knockout here tonight as he takes on Chris Porter. Round 1 underway.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lugo has already passed my fit check in the ring, Corey. Like his trunks. Not Porter.
See the icy themed boots that he's wearing here too, and you know, in talking to Elijah Lugo throughout the week and whatnot, it's kind of icy in his description of how he likes to fight. He says that he likes to punish fighters, and more than the feeling of scoring the knockout, he likes the feeling of ruining the dreams of his opponent when he knocks them out. That's diabolical, guys.
Yeah, that's vicious.
You got to be careful because he just got caught with a good left hook by Porter. He keeps his elbows pretty far from his body. But I guess knockouts are genetic.
Yeah.
Because both of these Lugos
runs
have
in
a
the
lot
family.
of knockouts in the amateurs.
I wonder if his dad had some crack back in the day.
Nice right hand there from Lugo. That one knocks Porter off balance. You see him acknowledge that one.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Barack. Elbow's a little away from his rib cage.
Landed a good jab. Tried to turn over that left hook.
Good pull back.
Porter's there to be hit, though. You know, he keeps that left hand down.
It's a good shot from Porter over the top there. Right hand connects.
And he landed a couple of wild left hooks as well in those exchanges.
Lugo switched to southpaw.
You know, these type of rounds with fighters like Porter is what Lugo needs. Different awkward styles.
Yeah, this is always one of those kind of weird transition periods for elite amateurs like Lugo, where you go from fighting some of the most talented fighters, boxers on the planet, and then you have to face more unconventional styles like this, but body shots like that left hook there from Lugo, that can make up for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you wonder, how's Lugo dealing with the nerves, the pressure, you know? He got caught with another left hook by Porter. Got to keep that right hand up.
Yeah. Once he shoots that straight right, it's taking him time to get it back to the chin. He did it there, and that was a good block.
Inside the final 30 seconds here of round 1.
Wild miss from Porter there.
Hard right hand there from Lugo. Yeah, Porter tried to roll with something and got caught with a right hand instead.
Yeah, Lugo has a lot of force behind that straight right.
One last hard right hand to the body. But a good reply there from Chris Porter. So another professional round in the bank for Elijah Lugo.
Cubs are kind of taking low on here.
I believe the Porter corner might have forgotten his mouthpiece. Obviously, an important piece of equipment when you're in there with a hard hitter like Elijah Lugo as round 2 begins.
Be surprised how often that happens with trainers.
I think Lugo needs to just settle down, just pick his shots.
Maybe use the jab a little bit more.
I like what he's doing right now, you know, letting his hands go and then stepping right out of range.
Hard chopping right hand there from Lugo. That one affected Porter.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he's hurt him.
Porter glued to the ropes right now as he takes another one of those right hands. Porter out of sorts right now as he grabs a hold.
He throws an interesting right hand, almost chopping down.
He lifts up his elbow. He lifts up his elbow and he throws it downwards, so it's a chopping straight right.
With force.
When you got a guy that's hurt, that's cool, but that's telegraphing, you know, any other time. But he got him hurt, so I guess he's just trying to punish him.
Nice left hook that connected from Lugo as well.
There it goes again. That one hurt him bad.
Porter trying to find some space along the perimeter here to get his wits about him. Big opportunity here for Lugo to potentially cash in that knockout bonus as he lands a nice step back, check left hook.
Well, maybe he'll wait for the 4th round and get a little bigger bonus. Definitely a stronger
to the
fight.
Body again there from Lugo. That has been a shot that's been there since the opening round, guys.
Yeah, for sure. Porter hasn't been defensive against that right hand to the body at all. You see what I'm saying, Barack? The jab. If he creates that distance with the jab, that right hand will land a lot easier.
Right. Now he has Porter hurt, but I think he needs to go to the body to finish this off because he's not dropping him yet. Go to the body and then come back up top because those right hands are landing flush.
At will at this point.
Soften them up a couple more shots to the body and then come back up top.
Porter's been pretty durable thus far. He got hit with plenty of right hands in this round.
I'm surprised he's still standing.
Yeah. Lands a left hook himself there.
And he's throwing shots.
Again, Porter coming off a monstrous layoff here. And he has absorbed a lot of punishment, particularly here in the 2nd round. Still trying to fight back.
Yeah, Porter snuck in the right hand and the jab.
As he tries to throw a little flurry there.
A little hustle on the inside there from Porter as he stabs the body of Elijah Lugo.
Looks pretty tired as well. Lugo switched to southpaw.
And that'll do it for round 2. A big one for the pride of Marietta, Georgia, Elijah Lugo. It's round 3 underway. Elijah Lugo opens it up with a straight right hand to the body. And Barack, that was what you were calling for throughout round 2.
Yes.
Start to target the body a little more, which he has done with the right hand. I think what you're thinking of is some more left hooks downstairs as well.
That's all. I mean, just going to the body in general. He has a strong right hand, so I don't mind the straight right to the body, of course. But I just say, you know, just to soften Porter up because he showed a durable chin.
Good jab landed, but 1-2 straight down the pipe.
Now, if he don't go down from those shots right there, those shots were flush. That was a great right hand by Lugo.
By a record-breaking knockout on.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Even off of this performance thus far, Chris Porter will get some calls to face some other dangerous prospects, but he's going to get some calls.
But for sure.
Lugo just missing with a titanic right hand there. Porter just slipping to the outside of that one.
You know, he said in the fighting meetings how, as a pro, he can feel the fighters breaking down a lot easier with the small gloves.
Wonder if he can feel it right now. Porter wraps him up. He must have felt something.
For sure. He needed a break from it.
Nice right hand again over the top there from Lugo.
Every time Porter throws a left hook or the jab, he turns his back almost to Lugo.
Yeah, Lugo's picked that up and taken a step to the side and landed some nice hooks off of those mistakes.
And the right hand.
And these right hands just keep raining in. How many more of these can Porter absorb here?
Corey, at what point does the ref start looking into the fight, looking up close to maybe stopping this thing if he keeps getting hit with those right hands?
Yeah, I think if the body language of Porter starts to worsen a little bit more, the referee's probably starting to think about it.
Right, those are hard shots, blood's flying everywhere, but he's punching back pretty hard as well.
Tough to stop a guy like that swinging back.
And that right hand is basically spinning his body. He just, maybe he was to finish that combination with a 3 rather than just a 1-2. Finish that with a left hook up top.
Right there.
And maybe we can get him on the canvas.
Wow. Oh, man, at this point, the ref...
Big combination here from Lugo. He's got his brother Nathan ringside right now.
How is his brother ringside and he has a fight coming up?
He's taped up. He just needs to get his gloves on.
He's not up next. So.
That's great support. Great support by the bigger brother.
Final 10 seconds here of round 3. A round that it did not look like Chris Porter would survive for a period of time, but he will head back to his stool with round 4 on the docket.
Young Nathan cheering his brother on.
Family affair here.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside of the Outcast, we enter.
Fourth and final round here between Elijah Lugo and Chris Porter, and Elijah Lugo only spent about 10 seconds on his stool. He has been chomping at the bit to get back out here for the final round.
Yeah, he landed some nice 1-2s, and he did it actually twice in the last round, back to back, and it hurt him. A good old school trick is to do some flurries after that, so maybe the ref would jump in and stop the fight.
Yeah, definitely an old trick in the book. I guess Porter is steadfast and finishing this fight on his feet. He doesn't want to get stopped today. And impressive after that long layoff.
There's a nice left hook to the body from Lugo.
Yeah, just stay on him. Let your hands go. Throw a few flurries.
That shot wobbled Porter. That chopping right hand threw off the equilibrium of Chris Porter. And there's a lot of time for Lugo to work with once again here in the final round.
Give the ref a reason to stop.
Give him a reason to. At this point, he's landing that 1-2 at will. Porter still trying to mix it up in there as he gets that
great timing right hand. Great timing.
Porter got buzzed with that shot again. And you're right, Ock. Porter's still trying, and his corner is still shouting genuine instructions that they're trying to do something here in this fight.
Yeah, I can't see him winning this fight. He hasn't hurt Lugo at all and landed a couple shots. I just see more punishment coming his way.
Porter's so tired, he's not even keeping his hands up. He's just depending on his chin to stay on his feet.
About a little over a minute left in the round. Does Lugo get the bonus money? He has a minute to do it.
He's got a double tough 37-year-old in front of him here at Chris Porter. You see Porter nearly tipping over on his own, to your point, Ock, there. Exhaustion and also just the amount of punishment he's absorbed here.
Yeah. Maybe he'll wear that as a badge of honor, not going down against a big puncher like Lugo.
I think it will be a victory for him just to stay on his feet.
As he lands a
sweeping right hand there from Lugo and a couple chopping ones immediately afterwards. So we're inside the final 30 seconds of this contest.
Wow, I think this, was he do it in the last 20 seconds? Hurt him badly with that looping right hand.
All right, follow up with an uppercut. Lift his head up.
Final 10 seconds. And it will appear as though Elijah Lugo will be taking the distance for the second time in his pro career. The gaudy amateur knockout record. A selling point for Elijah Lugo, but he's finding that things are a little different here in the pros.
I mean, Porter made it by the skin of his teeth.
Yes, of course.
By the skin of his teeth. And it's sad because, you know, obviously you come into the game, you're known for knockouts. You want to continue that. You want to continue that into the pros. But he just happened to get in there with a guy where tonight he had a steel.
And he's 18 years old.
There you go.
And sometimes you need to get those rounds in, you know, instead of having a career where you're having dead bodies from 10 fights. I like the experience.
Tough night at the office for Chris Porter.
After that,
here another victory in the bank for Elijah Lugo, setting the table for his brother a little bit later on our broadcast. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from Elijah Lugo's performance here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it was land at will. The right hand, like we was mentioning, it's a chopping right hand. He lifts that elbow up pretty high. Maybe eventually he'll change that as the competition gets better.
It worked good against Porter, though, because he's a lot shorter than him.
And he kept bending over. So it would be a good tactic for somebody who's fighting like that. But he does have to mix it up and you know, add some uppercuts and left hooks. But he was just in there with a tough guy. And it was a good performance by the young man, the second fight. Yeah.
Man they call Kaboom, we anticipate will improve to 2-0. See his manager on the apron there, David McWater, man who was responsible for bringing Teofimo Lopez into the pros as well.
Yes.
You know, there are those managers, guys, where when they sign someone, you have to pay attention.
No doubt, he has an eye for talent indeed.
It's the little things.
Got to look for those.
All right, looks like we are ready to make this one official. Let's send it back up to Lupe Contreras.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going all 4 rounds inside the OTX ring, all 3 judges turned in identical scores of 40-36 in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Elijah Kaboom Lugo.
So Elijah Lugo with the unanimous decision victory. Picking up a win over the double tough Chris Porter here in our opener. First of what the Lugo family hopes will be 2 victories here tonight and a fun flight back to Marietta.
So far, the young man has not lost 1 round.
Yes, exactly. Lugo throwing up the X, of course, another one of the young members of the growing Overtime Boxing stable. So much promise in so many fighters.
A lot of young talent here at OTX.
All right, let's take a look at some of the punch stats from this one. Of course, mostly one-way traffic for Elijah Lugo. Let's see what the math says here, guys. We take a look at the total punches. You see Chris Porter, he was in there throwing hands. 201 punches. He was trying to match the output of Elijah Lugo. But you see the accuracy of Lugo, 44% of his shots, 114 of them landing here tonight.
It's pretty dangerous for a fighter to take that many shots in 4 rounds. Yeah. You know, so maybe the referee should have been looking in there, but, you know, credit to Chris for staying on his feet and throwing 201 punches back.
Some guys don't get hit that many times in a 12-round fight.
That is correct. Well, Elijah Lugo put hands on Chris Porter here in our opener. So another win in the bank for Elijah Lugo. But coming up next, we've got our first local fighter of the night, Houston's own Oscar El Chato Perez, taking on the man who calls himself the heart of Mexico City, Cesar Corazon Juarez. Woo.
Firing on all cylinders, I can beat every fighter in the world.
Yeah, perfect fight for Akaras men.
He brings the fire. I'm back to being the hunter.
This will be a colossal test. Oh, great left hand. Unbelievable, Steve. This is what world champions are made of. He's done it.
And it will be something special.
The UEFA Women's Champions League Final.
Barcelona at their glorious best. Maria Candente! Brutal from Arsenal. How fine will the margins be?
Here at the Owl's Nest at Red Owl Boxing here in H-Town, Houston, Texas. A jam-packed venue here tonight, and a lot of fans have turned out to see the man who you'll see on the left side of your screen as we take a look at the tail of the tape for our next contest. Oscar Perez, an extremely popular fighter here in Houston tonight, taking on the former world title challenger Cesar Juarez. You see the measurables. Perez enjoying a height advantage in this one, not a reach advantage. But of course, at 25 years of age, is looking at Juarez as a stepping stone as he moves forward in his professional career. Let's meet the fighters. Let's send it back up to Lupe Contreras.
Making his ring walk, Cesar Juarez.
So here comes Corazon, Cesar Juarez, as mentioned, a former world title challenger, having faced Nonito Donaire for the WBO Super Bantamweight title back in 2015. This is a guy who at one point was a top 10 divisional fighter. In overtime boxing terms, he might have been involved in one of the 2 best fights, maybe I would say, we've ever seen here on Overtime Boxing against Malik Montgomery, a true CompuBox busting affair.
And that's saying a lot, Corey, because we've had many entertaining and competitive fights here at the Overtime Series. And listen, he says that out of the 18 losses, that 15 of them were robberies. I don't know if that's true, but that's what he feels.
I saw a couple he lost, square and fair.
Certainly, but Cesar Juarez, also a lawyer by practice, so you know he knows how to make a good argument to defend himself, right?
Yeah, he was convincing to me.
The verdict is not guilty.
You would not know it by the way that this man fights in the ring. But as mentioned, this is a guy with a law degree and a psychology degree as well, but he just loves to fight, and he cares most about putting on exciting fights. Rarely is he involved in anything but.
And you know, considering the amount of punches that he has taken, he's sharp when talking to him, so that's why it's easy for him to pass his classes. Boxing hasn't affected him in that way.
Yeah, it's a shame that this is where your money has to come from. Meanwhile, you have these degrees, you know, you have all of this under your belt, but you have to do this in order to make the real money.
Oscar Perez.
They're just walking.
So Oscar Perez makes his way to the ring. We last saw him scoring an 8-round decision over Christian Medina in a really solid fight on Red Owl Boxing, of course, here in this venue in December. Big ticket seller here in Houston who kind of had a coming out party of sorts on the Andy Ruiz, Luis Ortiz undercard when he stepped in as the B-side to fight Anthony Cuba. It was a disputed draw that many felt he deserved to win, and that was one of those instances, guys, where a guy takes a chance, doesn't get the win, but as a result of it, got the kind of momentum and the backing that sees him in positions like this today.
Yeah, I mean, in this sport, sometimes what people see is what really counts in this sport, even if you don't get the nod by the judges, but the fight fans make those decisions.
Yeah, it could be very discouraging. He seemed like he's mentally on the right track now, but he's in there against a veteran, but these are the kind of guys you need on your record and to give you the confidence to move forward.
25-year-old Oscar Perez, still undefeated. The only blemishes, if you call them that, the 2 draws on his record. And Cesar Juarez would represent the best name on his resume if he can pull off the victory here tonight.
We continue inside of the Combat Sports Venue premier location in the Lone Star State. It is the Owl's Nest, Houston, Texas. This is OTX Friday Night Fights. This contest set for 8 rounds or less in the lightweight division. Scoring the action, we have Randy Russell, along with Coy Sittern and Jesse Reyes. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. In his last appearance inside the OTX ring, he produced a Fight of the Year candidate tonight. This former world title challenger and all-action Aztec warrior enters the ring for the 50th time as a pro. Fighting out of la Ciudad de Mexico, DF, Cesar Corazón Juarez. Across the ring in the red corner, he makes his second appearance inside the OTX ring, facing off against his most experienced opposition to date, and he puts it all on the line, including his undefeated record consisting of 12 victories, 2 bouts even, 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. Puro Northside, Houston, Texas, Oscar Chato Perez. With final instructions, referee James Green.
Got your instructions in the dressing room. I want you to protect yourself at all times. At all times, obey my command. Touch gloves, back to your corners.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The first round, the OTX KO bonus is on the line.
ready to go. Oscar Perez and Cesar Juarez. Juarez has promised that this will be the show stealer of the night. And he is right on top of Perez here in the early going.
Both fighters wearing black and gold.
If Juarez is in shape, oh my God, Perez is in for a long night. He's going to be in his face throwing a bunch of punches.
Well, so far he's keeping his word of bringing excitement to a fight, even in the first 20 seconds.
We last saw Juarez on March 22nd of this year, so not a lot of ring rust, but he was stopped in that fight by Charlie Sheehy, who's an excellent prospect, but it did take Sheehy 7 rounds to get Juarez out of there. So the question is, are there lingering effects of that knockout loss for Juarez heading into this one?
I don't see how not. He's always in so many different wars. And Perez been in the ring with some really, really good guys, but sometimes being in there with the Raymond Fords, Shakur Stevensons, and guys like that don't prepare you for a guy like this. So we want to see how Perez really performs.
And a good combination there, though, as Juarez with his back's on the ropes.
Perez, a former National Golden Gloves semifinalist, excellent amateur, 85-19. His sister, Yoseline, is a 13-time national amateur champion, so this is a family you don't want to mess with.
Indeed, and I'll tell you, even though Juarez is attacking and being very aggressive, Perez has dealt with it pretty well, like comfortably and very mature in there, landing that looping left to the body.
Right, he's picking the shots that's there, and that's what I like to see from the young Perez. Juarez is coming in with his head down, ridiculous. Head first, head down, rushing in, so the body shot is there.
And he's not overwhelming Perez at all, as he's controlling the distance there.
Good step back uppercut there from Perez, and as you guys are alluding to, that uppercut could be the key for Perez all night long. It either lands to the body, or, as you're pointing out, Juarez leans into it and it catches him on the chin.
Right. I think if he follows up with a short right hook there, he'll do some damage.
There's the warning I was looking for. You're coming in head first like that, it's too much. The referee's saying, okay, stop coming in with the head.
That's what causes headbutts and cuts.
See, look at that. He's put his head down. He just got hit in the mouth. Perez just got hit in the mouth by Juarez's head.
I think also a very stiff jab will kind of help him with that, keeping Juarez.
Yeah, but you don't want to jab to the top of the head.
Hurt your hand.
Yeah. So that's why I said go to the body.
Nice flurry here from Perez.
But that right hook.
Yeah, chopping right hook. That one might have knocked Juarez off balance momentarily. Complaining about it being behind the head. An excellent round for Perez.
Usually that means a guy is hurt when he gets hit in the chin and complains that it was behind the head.
Perez's trainer looks younger than him.
That's his older brother, Eric Perez. Perez, for a period of time, was in the Danny Garcia camp as well, so he sampled a little bit, but has decided, again, to keep it in that fighting family where he's most comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, and I would say if Perez were able to get a stoppage tonight, it would be saying a lot against this type of opponent.
Cesar Juarez's father, Margarito, in his corner. As round 2 is now underway. Terrific start for Oscar Perez.
Beautiful 1-2 from Perez to start the round. I love what I'm seeing so far, Corey.
Yeah, I like the poise, the poise of Perez, and I like that he's picking the correct shots, dealing with a guy that's coming in with his head so low.
Not feeling flustered at all. His pullback game has been really good today. Creating distance, landing that 1-2.
Mentioned that Perez was a semifinalist at the National Golden Gloves, but of course he won the National Golden Gloves in 2021, a little bit more important. He won that alongside fellow Houston native, Darius Fulgham, who we'll see back in action on May 31st. But speaking of action, Oscar Perez putting some shots together here on the inside, but back comes the old veteran, Cesar Juarez. A lot of swinging and missing, but he has come to fight as usual.
You know, Barack, you mentioned earlier that sparring with guys like Raymond Ford and Shakur might not get him ready for this type of fighter, but I don't know, I beg to differ. I see a little Shakur step back distance and control that Shakur has done with fighters like that.
Right, of course, obviously, fighting with those guys, sparring with those guys, make you sharp. It's just dealing with this kind of pressure. You're not going to get that from those kind of guys, is what I'm saying.
But you'll learn from what Shakur does, because I see it already.
Late shot there from Juarez. He'll get a warning from the official.
Solid right hook to the body by Perez.
Body work is superb.
Picking his shots perfectly.
Step back left hand there from Perez.
If this fight progresses like this, guys, I don't think I want to see Juarez getting hit with that many clean shots.
No, and I think we're seeing a pattern that has started to develop with Juarez really since that Malik Montgomery fight. He put up big volume numbers in that fight, but since then, you look at the Charlie Sheehy fight, averaging about 44 punches per round. So he's applying pressure, but it's not accompanied by volume.
Right, no doubt. He's 2-2 since that Montgomery fight.
I mean, he's coming off of a knockout loss not too long ago. Maybe he's trying to apply the pressure with his body and smothering him, but
it's not effective at all so far.
He might not have it in him to do the work rate we're used to seeing him do.
See Juarez admonished for the rough stuff there as he eats another body shot from Perez. Juarez covering up, but unanswered shots there landed by Oscar Perez at the end of the round.
Great round for Perez. You know, that step back we was talking about. If he steps back just a little bit more, it probably that uppercut will probably land. Instead of landing on the body right there, it'll probably land right to the head, to the chin of Juarez. And literally Juarez is jumping in with his head, and this is why the referee keeps admonishing him.
Getting Perez prepared for tough fights in the future.
Right.
I like to deem Oscar as a slick, skilled fighter, guys, but oddly enough, his favorite of all time is Arturo Gatti, who's a blood and guts warrior.
Hard body shot again there from Perez.
See a little bit of that in him too, maybe, because he wants to mix it up. He wants to stay in the trenches when Juarez comes in.
He did tell us he'll make easy work of Juarez, and I don't see any difference.
There's a shot there from Perez, but that was a slip from Juarez. A lot of water on that Red Owl logo in the corner. That was a dangerous situation for Juarez, the way that he went down.
Yeah, I thought he hurt his leg. I thought he hurt his knee when he went down. But right before that, Perez landed a nice check right hook, but he's just got to spin out to the right when he do it next time. Like that. There we go.
Good call.
Keeping an eye on the back leg of Juarez as well. It doesn't seem to be 100% at the moment.
Yeah, he got up pretty slowly, like he did hurt his leg.
And understandably so. I mean, Brock, if I took that fall, you could see me in 9 months. Torn MCL, forget about it.
Be calling fights from the hospital.
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, his leg really twisted when he fell.
I tell you what, Juarez hasn't had any success against Perez thus far.
No, I like it. I like it, though. He's good in the midst of the fire. He's good in the midst of the fire.
In the pocket.
Keeps composure, still picking the proper shots, and still thinking about defense.
has been a pro for a little over 5 years now. And I'd like to see him step up after this fight because he has a lot of talent.
More body shots here from Oscar Perez. How many of these can Juarez endure? You can see him selling out. And that one does stray a little bit low. And Juarez, the old veteran, I think he's going to milk this for a little bit of time. He's allowed to.
I think that
Not faulting him for doing it.
No doubt. It was a little on the borderline there.
Yeah.
A little suspect.
It's hard to see in real time sometimes. Didn't really look that low. But even so, he's bending down. He keeps bending down very low. Definitely an accident. But the smart Juarez milked it anyway.
Didn't milk it as much as he could have. So that's the warrior in him.
If anything,
Perez
stop him from running in with his head.
Yeah, well, Perez not deterred by that warning either. He's still ripping shots to the body.
Yeah, I mean, he's been landing them cleanly for most of the night. Especially that left hand right to the midsection.
He's starting to bring those hooks around the guard of Juarez. You see the left hand to the body, the right hook there as well. Now just walks Juarez into a nice uppercut.
Another big body shot landed in that exchange.
That'll do it for the round. Juarez absorbing a lot of shots through 3 rounds. All right, this is the moment where Juarez lost his footing in the corner. Whoa, boy, that is knee surgery waiting to happen.
Yeah, or groin injury or hamstring.
I definitely see a groin pull and torn knee ligaments possibly happening. So I'm glad
I'd
he's
like
okay.
to see that low blow to see how low was it. A lot of young talent coming out of the state of Texas, guys.
Juarez is just full of energy. He just jumped up from ready to go in his seat. Right back at it. Head first.
Round 4 underway. Oscar Perez from this hotbed of boxing in Houston, Texas. Cesar Juarez from maybe the boxing hotbed of Mexico City, where he is a cult favorite. There's a mural of him painted at the legendary Nuevo Leon gym in Mexico City. But right now, he is taking a thrashing to the 25-year-old Oscar Perez.
He's doing his version of the peekaboo style.
You know, we're talking about the talent, the young talent in Texas. I think the fact that, you know, a lot of guys are training here. Shakur moved here, Raymond Ford. You know, when you're able to spar with those type of guys, you're just going to cultivate, like, talented young fighters.
This doesn't look pretty, but this is actually better work by Juarez. You know, he's trying to be more active now, letting his hands go, possibly trying to steal around.
Yeah, Juarez taking the initiative here in this round. And he might have a point taken away. And that will be the case. A point taken away, a deduction for Cesar Juarez, indicated for low blows. As Perez, first punch he throws right back downstairs.
I thought the point was being deducted for leading with his head.
Right.
If you ask me, that he's done more of that than anything.
At least a point was taken. I mean, he's just squared up, just throwing shots.
Good shot there from Perez. Juarez staggering backwards. Juarez with a point deduction. Is fighting with some desperation right now, but that is 3 straight left hands that he's absorbed. Make it 4.
Not looking too stable in there. After that last knockout in his last fight, I don't like the punishment he's taken today. Not steady on his feet.
Again, perhaps owed to age in the ring and all those wars, but perhaps feeling the effects of that slip in his corner as well. To me, guys, that back leg just has not looked right since then.
And those punches from Perez don't help.
Inside the final 30 seconds of round 4. Credit to Cesar Juarez, who again has been explicit about his desire always to give the fans a show. He thinks of himself as an entertainer first, and then as a fighter who's maybe pursuing professional goals, but he is putting a lot on the line and absorbing a lot in service of the fans here tonight, as Oscar Perez is just lighting him up.
Yeah, he's giving Perez the opportunity to entertain the fans.
We take a look at the jam-packed Owl's Nest here in Houston, Texas. Die-hard fight fans in attendance here tonight. And we've got one particularly invested observer here. It's Kurt Scooby, seated ringside. Of course, taking in this lightweight action with Oscar Perez, but in particular, guys, he has his eyes on Giovanni Marquez.
And he has the perfect seat. He's actually sitting right behind one of the judges. Like, he's going to really keep his eye close on Marquez. I love that matchup. We was talking about that from the beginning of last season, and it just needs to happen.
I mean, every single post-fight interview I've done with him, that's all he wanted to talk about. Marquez.
Round 5 underway. Oscar Perez and Cesar Juarez. Juarez, the cult favorite. Just looking unsteady all night long here against Perez. And you know, despite that, these are still good rounds for Perez against a physical guy who's in his face, who's being rough. There's things that Perez has to contend with to get his work off, but Juarez probably not providing the kind of resistance that he would hoped here tonight.
No, definitely see ring generalship. He's not getting dismayed by the constant pressure of Juarez, and he's basically dictating the pace.
And at times, even on the ropes in the pocket, he's working there. Right. He's letting Juarez work and countering comfortably.
I think how did Juarez stand up to that?
I think it was that last round that really slowed Juarez up.
There you go. See that?
And he's thinking about coming in now.
The combinations, I think it's going to be what gets him out of there.
That was a fantastic uppercut that connected there from Perez. Looked like it had Juarez frozen in time there for a moment.
It's a little slippery where the logo is. There's not canvas material.
Yeah, every time he goes in that corner, he's ice skating.
The chance of Oscar here in the Owl's Nest.
Great work he's putting in.
Perez looking for his 8th knockout in his pro career. It takes a lot to stop this man, but as we mentioned, coming off a knockout loss, perhaps now is the time for Perez to capitalize.
You can tell Juarez is getting hurt by those punches from Perez, because he's being more selective in the way he's coming in. He's feinting now, so he doesn't just want to walk in now. Those shots are having an effect on him.
Considering all the fights that Juarez has had in wars, I mean, he's fairly young at only 31 years old.
You alluded to this. He mentioned that he makes more money fighting still than he does as he tumbles to the canvas again. Will that be scored a knockdown? It will. And you see Juarez complaining that the feet got tangled, but again, just does not look particularly steady as he eats a nice right hook there from Oscar Perez right before the bell.
I mean, at what point does Juarez's corner start thinking about, maybe I shouldn't let my guy take any more punishment? It's just not in them.
pressure from Juarez was really in spots this round. I think it's because the last round he really felt those shots from Perez. But Perez just kept his composure and kept the distance and landed the shots whenever he needed to. And that was another slip in that corner over there from the Red Owl logo. It doesn't appear that slip hurt him at all, though.
Back to action here as the 6th round begins between Oscar Perez and Cesar Juarez. They're doing a little extra janitorial work in the corner of Juarez, which has been the danger zone throughout this fight. You know, sometimes, guys, when there's recurring issues like that, you'll see corners tape their fighters' shoes to get a little more traction.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that from Juarez yet.
I think it's more so that where that logo is, it's different material there, a little slippery.
Right uppercut there from Perez, introducing that for the first time. Juarez leaning in, just trying to bull his way to the inside, and he has been a target for uppercuts all night long.
I like that. I like the way Perez is keeping Juarez away with that lead hand, just directing his head. Where the head goes, the body goes.
Shot, though, he calls himself. Great condition. Haven't seen him breathe hard at all throughout this fight. He's barely had to throw any jabs in this fight. Juarez is putting his head in position for him to land combinations.
Yeah, Juarez is failing these shots. He's real tentative right now.
I think the referee needs to start looking closely at these shots.
He might even want the referee to stop this fight right now. I normally don't see Juarez look like this. He looks real discouraged right now.
Absolutely.
Again, you have that family dynamic in the corner of Cesar Juarez. You know, Juarez, a 32-year-old man. Is your father willing to pull you out in that scenario? You know, he's seen Juarez go through so many wars, take so much punishment. Is tonight the night where he says that's enough?
I mean, 18 losses coming off a knockout loss.
It's tough being a father. I've seen both ends of the spectrum where the father wants to pull him out and don't want him to get hurt, and people were mad at Kenny Porter for pulling out Sean Porter against Terrence Crawford, and then I see fathers that want their son to go in there and die almost.
Yeah, very true.
Total domination here from Oscar Perez. A prospect who has maybe flown under the radar a little bit in comparison to some of the guys who he was genuinely rivals with in the amateurs. You think a guy like Gio Marquez, the kind of hype that he's had. Ernesto Mercado, the prospect of the year. He lost to him in the last chance qualifier tournament. And Oscar Perez showing a lot here tonight against an admittedly faded version of Cesar Juarez.
No, I agree with you, Corey. He's just as good as, even better as a lot of the prospects that are getting more life.
Good flurry at the end of the round by Perez.
He's shown me a lot today.
Jake Paul returns to the boxing ring for the first time since the blockbuster event with Mike Tyson in 2024, facing off against former WBC middleweight champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. And in the co-main, we'll see Zurdo Ramirez against Uniel Dorticos for the WBA and WBO cruiserweight titles.
Looking forward to that one, Corey. Chavez.
Paul. Depends on which Chavez we get, you know, because a regular Chavez, the best Chavez beats Jake Paul, in my opinion.
Good point.
Round 7 underway.
But then again, I thought he was going to lose against Silva, you know? And so Jake has shown me some skills.
Tremendous progression.
We're watching the progression of Oscar Perez here.
Great counter left by Perez. Oh, great double right hook. Oh, man. Juarez is taking a lot of punishment.
Too much. You know, Barack, the more I think about what you just said a few moments ago, I'm not sure if the best Chavez beats Jake Paul.
Well, I'm talking about the Chavez that fought Martinez, then the Chavez that, you know, held on to that WBC strap. You know, he was a tough fighter in there. He could take a lot of punishment, and he was in your face like Juarez with a lot of shots.
We take a look at the CompuBox punch stats there on the bottom right of your screen. You see Perez landing 135 of 301, landing at nearly a 45% clip. You see for Juarez, he's landed just 37 shots here tonight. And that is illustrative of what you're watching on the large portion of your screen right now, which is total domination from Oscar Perez.
That sweat just hits my face.
Exactly. No, you came here sweaty, but exactly the same kind of percentage that Elijah Lugo just had. And same thing, domination. But this particular performance says a lot to me because of the experience by Juarez and the pressure that he was putting on.
Wind up left hand from Perez, and Juarez eats it, shrugs his shoulders, and keeps coming forward.
All right, at some point, the ref, as I said, needs to start looking at this. I don't care how many shots Juarez can take.
Yes, that's a flurry like that, a towel should be thrown in. That flurry had Juarez switch to southpaw. He forgot for a second.
I think the doctor should take a look at Juarez after this round, guys, if he gets out of this round.
And this is the conundrum of this fight now, because Juarez can take these shots, and he wants to take these shots because he feels that this is what the fans want to see. But at a certain point, when does it get uncomfortable for the viewer watching a man like Juarez, who just doesn't have it here tonight, get dominated by a young prospect?
And right, and that's the thing. That's why we need the ref or the corner, because the doctor's not going to see anything. The doctor's going to see his eyes are okay. They say, okay.
What a right hook there from Perez. He just swam underneath about 20 shots from Cesar Juarez and came back with a rocket of a right hook.
And his eyes was gone for a second.
And he wasn't really getting hit by a lot of those shots. He stood in the corner catching those and waiting. I'd like to see a doctor step into that corner and take a look at Juarez.
This round might be thinking it's the last round. It's just let it go, but
all it takes is one shot.
Let him be able to go back to his family and actually use that psychology degree.
Eighth and final round, of course, the money round here on Overtime Boxing. Financial incentive if either fighter could score a knockout here. And of course, Oscar Perez had Cesar Juarez hurt and wobbled in the closing seconds of round 7 in this, well, not that exact position, but in Juarez's corner where they were momentarily.
And that was nice because Perez actually just grabbed Juarez and saved him from falling outside of the ring.
The gentleman that he is.
And then commenced back to beating him.
I mean, I guess Juarez is comfortable and satisfied with lasting all 8 rounds in his bout. Still trying.
Yeah, I think he's a warrior. I think he actually wants to win.
Yeah. Not what we saw last week by Skull against Canelo Alvarez. Not wanting just to survive.
Left hand to the body there from Perez. Just ripping that shot right along the belt line. And Perez doing some good work here, just absorbing this hustle kind of work from Juarez on the inside and finding his spot for counter right hooks.
I mean, Perez might not get the stoppage. You know, Juarez is just a durable guy, but you got to be happy for him if you're Perez's corner. And say, you know, you dealt with somebody with a whole bunch of experience. You mixed it up. Your offense was beautiful, top, bottom. You mixed it up really good. Your defense was on point. This is a great win for him.
Great performance. I agree with you.
And this is exactly why Juarez has been able to have the kind of career that he's had with the 18 losses and still fighting. It's because he's this durable. And prospects run into guys like Juarez who are kind of calloused so much that they could take shots like that. I mean, that is a five-punch combination. And 3 of those shots landing flush, and back comes Juarez. Still trying to give the crowd something to cheer about.
And that's why he always gets the call, Corey, when needing an opponent that's going to bring an exciting fight.
I mean, it started out, Perez had a nice cheering section. Now he has the whole crowd cheering for him.
Juarez's face is swollen.
Oh, my God.
I would think Perez deserves a stoppage right here.
Definitely does. And we got 12 seconds.
Unbelievable toughness from Cesar Juarez. It's hard not to fall in love with this guy.
Wow.
And that will do it.
Wow.
What a warrior, leaving it all in the ring.
Juarez's eyes were about to close in this round. This round was 30 more seconds. Both of his eyes would be closed. His face just took a lot of damage in that round. He's hurt. That left eye is
his left eye is closing and is perhaps closed as we see him going to work on that eye immediately.
Those are some heavy shots he took this round.
This guy has 3 kids, just had a 6-month old that was born 6 months ago. I mean, at what point does your corner say, okay, listen, live to fight another day, or live to pursue the rest of your career?
When the checks are not as big anymore. As long as the checks are big enough for him to come to America, he's going to keep coming.
Okay, the check was already clear. Didn't have to take all that punishment.
Yeah, that part I definitely agree with. He's a Mexican warrior.
All right, let's take a look back at some highlights from this one. And this was essentially a highlight tape for Oscar Perez.
A complete shutout. Complete shutout by the young kid who mixed it up. I mean, literally threw every punch available in boxing. Hurt him a couple of times. That straight left hurt Juarez. That was ruled a slip. Juarez was still game. He was just outmatched in power, speed, skill. This was the last round where they really just gave it their all and got the crowd very, very excited.
Lots to cheer about for Team Perez here tonight. See Cesar Juarez still actively bleeding, guys. He absorbed a lot of shots in there tonight. All right, looks like we are ready to make this one official. So let's send it back up to Lupe Contreras.
After going all 8 rounds inside the OTX ring, judges Russell and Reyes turned in identical scores of 80-70. And Judge Sid turned scores about 79-71. All 3 in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. From Northside, Houston, El Chato, Oscar Perez.
of his pro career. A dominant win over a former world title challenger. He's got a big cheering section here in Houston.
And definitely brought him out. But we got a lot of guys who either made Houston their home or were born here tonight. So this crowd is ready. Bright future for this young man.
All right, so to illustrate this victory for Oscar Perez, let's take a look at these punch stats here, courtesy of a CompuBox. You see Oscar Perez landing 170 of 380 for a 44.7% clip. Cesar Juarez tonight landing just 50 punches, but you see, he was in there trying. He outthrew Oscar Perez in this fight. Good defensive performance from Perez, but these are really, really concerning numbers for Cesar Juarez.
Yeah, and a lot of those landed shots were power shots. And you're talking about averaging 20-something punches landed per round. It's pretty dangerous, but, you know, and he's in there with a veteran, tough guy, Juarez.
Nearly half the punches you've thrown landed. It's never good for the other guy.
So Oscar Perez remaining in the win column as things roll along here on Overtime Boxing. We're up next. We've got the second Lugo brother of the night, the brickbuster Nathan Lugo, will be taking on Texas's own Austin Dulworth.
I'm ready and I'm coming to take the title and nothing else.
I want to achieve my maximum. I want to do everything I can do, and being a two-weight world champion is my next step.
This is the Hurt Game.
Unbelievable scene here.
This has got the recipe for fight of the year.
Work there from Katzourakis. Good shot. Big shot from Lee Woods.
Watch this fight. This is going to be a standout fight this year.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
Welcome back inside the Owl's Nest at Red Owl Boxing here in Houston, Texas. An exciting start to our night here on OTX 13. But it is time for our next contest. It is the second Lugo brother of the night. Nathan Lugo taking on Austin Dulworth. You see the measurables. Dulworth enjoying a height advantage in this one, but the 20-year-old Nate Lugo, one of the most decorated amateurs that the United States has produced in recent times. Going to be an uphill climb for Dulworth in this one.
Entering the arena, Austin Dulworth.
Dulworth makes his way to the ring to a song that you heard in his hometown of Dallas at the Sportatorium throughout the 1980s. Dulworth with a record of 4-3. Coming into this one of a 4-round unanimous decision win over William Clark in Irving, Texas. He started his career with 3 straight losses, but guys, this is another one of those stories of people who have turned their life around through the sport of boxing. In his case, got sober, and since then is now on a 4-fight win streak and is 4-3 heading into the biggest opportunity of his pro career.
Wants to show you, what leaving the alcohol alone and the distractions away from you what it can do for you. 3 wins in 2024.
He's in it with a tough kid, though, Nathan. You know, but I do like his confidence, and maybe he can prove himself right. Pull the upset off.
His opposition, Nathan Lugo.
Now his brother is ringside to support him, but still has his raps on. Elijah there.
Well, both Lugo brothers have basically had their raps on for the better part of about, well, their entire lives, basically. Look at the amateur record of Nate Lugo. 252-19. That basically means you're fighting every weekend for the entirety of your life. And within that, 25 national championships, as we mentioned, at one point held the record for most knockout wins in USA boxing, broken by his younger brother. But Nate Lugo has been racking up those KOs in the professional ranks, 3 of them in his 3 pro outings.
It's nice that they kept the record in the family.
Those kids spend more time in a boxing gym than they did in their own homes.
We continue with the action inside the premier combat sports venue in the Lone Star State, the Owl's Nest. This is OTX Friday Night Fights. This contest set for 6 rounds or less in the super middleweight division. Scoring the action ringside, our judges are Randy Russell, Coy Sittern, and Dustin Weaver. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. Tonight, he accepts a challenge and faces off against another undefeated foe and looks to continue his 4-fight winning streak in his 8th professional bout with a record of 4 victories against 3 losses, one of those victories coming by way of KO. Representing Big D, Dallas, Texas, the Italian Stallion, Austin Dulworth. Across the ring in the red corner, this 25-time national amateur champion looks to continue his dominance inside of the pro ranks. In 3 professional bouts, no opponent has survived to see the final bell, with all of his victories coming by way of KO. From Marietta, Georgia, Nathan Brickbuster Lugo. With final instructions, referee John Shorley.
Hello. Okay, guys, give me a good, clean fight. Obey my commands to protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves, good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the opening round. The OTX
That KO bonus that Lupe just referenced, Nate Lugo has cashed that twice in his career. The 3rd knockout victory on his ledger happened during Crawford-Madrimov fight week on the Santa Monica Pier. He's trying to cash that bag once more here tonight in his 6th rounder against Austin Dulworth. And Lugo said of his fighting style that people want to watch brutality, and when they watch me, you're going to watch someone fight. You're not going to watch anyone dancing around.
Very true, Corey.
Stiff jab there from Lugo. Now, Dulworth was a pretty good amateur in his own right during his time. Made it to the semifinals of the U.S. Youth Nationals back in 2015. Nice right hand connected there by Dolworth.
Sneaky right.
He's ran into a nice left hook there from Lugo, who spins him around and whips a nice right hand to the body.
Lugo has really fast hands.
Really comfortable in the pocket. Doesn't have your traditional style, like his punches are from weird angles. Great left hook to the body.
There from Lugo, just flowing between stances. And you see the intensity from Lugo. He kind of oscillates between this kind of quiet patience and an explosion.
Yeah, that's what makes him so good.
Which he said in the fighter meetings, he does that for the crowd. You know, he rather just boxes. Doesn't seem like he'd rather box, though.
No. And Austin's face is red and looks has a little concerned look on his face after getting hit with feeling Lugo's power.
Speed. Wow. Very fast.
And Lugo almost annoyed by that jab from Dolworth a moment ago. Put some hard combinations together. You could hear that right hand to the body. And a takedown there from Dolworth.
Kind of lifted him up off the ground.
Yeah, that was a hard fall.
Said he's taken the sport serious in the last couple of years, like you alluded to earlier, Corey. But does he have enough skill to deal with such a decorated amateur, undefeated pro like Nathan Lugo?
Dolworth just leaning on Lugo here. Trying a little bit of the rough stuff here. You saw him just kind of toss Lugo to the canvas earlier.
Dolworth snuck in a nice little left hook.
He got hit with a better right hand to the body immediately afterwards.
As his corner yells out, counter, counter. They want him to counter, but it's not as easy when you got a guy that hits that hard in front of you, throwing leather.
That might be his best bet, though, to fight like that, to move, you know, laterally.
Land a big shot out of nowhere from a weird angle.
Yeah, because you're fighting somebody who's bigger, stronger, and faster. You want to throw his timing off.
Round two underway. Nate Lugo and Austin Dolworth. You see Lugo opting to stand up in between rounds. We've seen him do that throughout his career.
Good right hand by Dolworth.
Yeah, he landed a sneaky right in there.
Got him in the corner now. You got to let your hands go. Don't just stay there with your heads together.
He wants
More good body shots there from Lugo.
Oh, that's good work by Dolworth. Keeping Lugo against the ropes.
He wants to
smother
back
in the corner.
Doesn't want to give him room to let those great shots.
Landed anything, but and he gave it up. He said, "All right, let's go back to the center." Beautiful body work.
This is where Lugo's going to thrive with space to really let those combinations go.
Lugo's been able to land those body shots in close and from long range, and now pops the head back of Dolworth with a nice uppercut.
I'm starting to see the method to Lugo's style.
Dolworth hasn't shot anything back since he got off out of the
Yeah, he is feeling these right hands. Lugo battering Dolworth right now as he brings that right hand downstairs 3 consecutive times. Dolworth complaining about low blows, but
those are clean shots to me.
I think he's trying to say there's nothing. Keep going. I'm good here.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, because those shots weren't low.
That's quite the gamble.
And he doesn't look like he's in the best of shape of the world in the midsection there. Maybe he has strong abs underneath that.
I mean, you got to be in shape to take those shots.
For sure.
You got to be in some kind of shape.
Right hand to the body from Lugo. You can see the redness on the midsection of Dulworth, who just got clubbed with a right hand. You see the left leg of Dulworth lifting up as he braces for some of these shots. The weight of these shots from Nate Lugo, very apparent here from ringside.
And I like the work he's put in. He threw about 2-3 right hands to the body and then brought it upstairs.
I don't think Dulworth threw a punch this round.
You know why? When you throw a punch, you're at risk.
See Nate's father, Mike Lugo, his trainer, in his corner. Brother Elijah checking in as well.
Complaining about back of the head, what I told you guys.
He got inside. Dulworth got inside, but he didn't let his hands go.
This is the kind of attitude that Lugo was talking about with us in fighter meetings as well. There's something kind of sinister about this work. He says he would prefer to have his opponent quit than to knock them out. He wants to just take the will to fight out of them.
He's exhibiting some showmanship right now, just playing around with him.
And good defense on the ropes there, head moving by Lugo. Distant, controlling the distance.
Good uppercuts there from Lugo as the round comes to a close.
Having fun in there. Dulworth didn't land one shot in that round. Not a real shot.
I don't think so.
Outside of the beginning of the round.
Well, the second most dangerous job in the squared circle next to fighting was being a cameraman. Look at that.
Definitely dangerous.
Good chin on the cameraman.
Oh, yeah.
And good to see he's up and still filming the corner of Nate Lugo.
That was a 10-8 round.
Maybe he was a former fighter. Who knows? If you're in Texas, I won't put it past him.
Big shout out to Herb, the cameraman. Nate Lugo having a blast in there right now. Round 3 now underway. You could really see, guys, as now heavier fighters are in the ring here in Lugo and Dulworth. If this smaller ring that Overtime Boxing utilizes in the small ring that's here in the Red Owl facility, those ropes really start to close in when you get some super middleweights and light heavyweights in there.
Yes. I mean, even though it was evident during Perez and Juarez, yeah, it definitely when the bigger guys step into the ring.
Neither guy, I mean, this is first time I'm seeing Lugo throwing a couple jabs. Neither guy have thrown many jabs, but Lugo hasn't had to. He's created openings with his movement.
Yeah, he's definitely athletic kid. I mean, even from a flat-footed stance, he has the ability to
spring.
Yeah, he has the ability to spring count with his counters. It's pretty fast.
Right hands to the body from Lugo continue to land. Dulworth promised that this would be one of the hardest fights that Lugo's ever had, and he's been trying to do what he can here to make that so. In particular, just trying to bully Lugo, trying to use physical size and strength to make things uncomfortable. The problem is that Lugo has found routes to the body even in moments like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. Can he even last for 6 rounds continuing to get hit with that right hand to the body?
And the difference I see between the last couple of fights I watched of Lugo is that he's being a little bit more patient. He's picking his shots. Yeah. He's not just trying to go out there and just knock the guy out like he did in his prior fights.
Good observation.
Oh, God. Great body work, Lugo.
Nice little uppercut there. He's having fun in there, really comfortable in the pocket.
What he's doing is exhibiting his boxing skills.
Yeah.
He said, I'm actually a skillful boxer.
Even in the pocket, with his hands low, he's still able to evade most of those shots that Dulworth is throwing.
I thought Dulworth would drop with that body shot.
Yeah, that was a wicked left hand to the body.
Good body shot.
And you can see why scouts are so high on Lugo. It's this mixture of that slick boxing ability when he wants to tap into it, and then just that brute force, the brutality of some of these shots.
Yeah, good try by Dolworth. He was just smothered there, but I think he came to win. He came in shape. At the moment, he's just getting outclassed.
Yeah. I mean, Nathan Lugo is giving you kind of the best of both worlds of what you want out of a boxer.
Good defense.
Take a look at those punch stats on the bottom right of your screen. Nate Lugo outlanding Dolworth 81-11 to this point, landing. I mean, he's approaching 50% territory, which, you know, is dangerous territory if you're on the other side of it.
Yeah, I mean, most of those shots are power shots, Corey. So, I mean, credit to Dolworth to still be standing here going into this next round.
That's the highest percentage tonight, and these are hard shots from a big, fast puncher.
Round 4 underway.
So far,
Lugo
the red
going
corner,
right back to the body of Austin Dolworth.
Right, so far the red corner tonight has not lost one round. But the blue corner has been competitive. They're trying.
Game.
Yeah, they're definitely game.
Yeah, we've seen some surprising durability from the blue corner here tonight.
Man.
Austin Dolworth continuing that trend. He has eaten a lot of heavy shots from a hard hitter in Nate Lugo.
I think Lugo is turning up the power in this round, according to those last 2 body shots he just landed. Yeah.
Steps into the sweeping left hook.
He's been able to eat those heavy shots.
Yeah.
Dolworth.
What a shot from Nate Lugo, and down goes Dolworth.
Not that one.
Get back in the neutral corner, young man. But this count can continue.
Plenty of time for Lugo to work with here in the 4th.
That was a straight right hand, I believe.
Right on the top of the head.
Blood on the face of Dolworth. You see it around his left eye. And Nate Lugo is tasting blood right now.
In a patient way, going down to the body, coming up top, not throwing reckless, literally landing all of these shots.
Nate Lugo all over Dolworth.
Good work, body and head.
It's been a Lugo family barbecue tonight, and Nate Lugo is the one cooking. Hard body shot again, wow. And Dolworth may have only stood up because of the body weight of Nate Lugo.
Guys, I smell bonus money.
I thought it was well done.
Dolworth talking to the crowd, but he's got a ferocious power puncher in front of him to worry about.
And doing it methodically right now.
Oh, what a shot again from Lugo. The referee taking a close look as the head of Dolworth is just popping all over the place.
2 more shots, the refs are going to jump right in. He's looking closer.
This is cerebral work here from Lugo, who is having fun in there.
I'm not sure Austin Dolworth comes out of the corner if he makes it to the end of this round.
You certainly couldn't blame him if that would be the case.
Good reflexes.
Nate Lugo, hands down, just getting out of the way of everything. Total domination from Nate Lugo.
Like I said, he turned that round up. He got the knockdown. Dolworth, you know, he's a strong kid, still fighting.
Dolworth tells the referee, I'm good. Yeah. I am good.
He's a fighter. Beautiful straight right hand. Over the top.
Indeed.
Put him down. Wow. Right on the jawline, put him down. Calmly walk to the neutral corner.
looks like Dolworth is cut from that Juarez cloth.
Tough kid. Got somebody fighting for, has a family. He's been putting the work in lately, got 4 straight wins. He's just in there against, a really, really good fighter.
Earning his money today.
So Nate Lugo scored the first knockdown of the fight in the previous round. Looked like he had Dolworth in a lot of trouble. It didn't look like it. He did have Dolworth in a lot of trouble. And interestingly, guys, Lugo to this point has landed more body shots in this fight than he ever has previously in his career.
As Dolworth tries to make a run here at the beginning of this 5th round, not landing cleanly any of those shots.
No, but that's good for him. He is scoring points, but I think it's kind of like Lugo's allowing him to push him in the corner.
Getting him to feel comfortable enough to counter with a big shot, because I know he wants to end this fight before the last bell.
Other right hand to the body. And again, guys, I think we're seeing some of that attitude that Lugo was talking about in terms of his preference as to how he would like to end fights.
Right.
He's doing this so methodically. You feel like there are moments where he could kind of flurry and press the issue, but I think he wants to toy with Dolworth a little bit.
Right, and knockouts are good. Obviously, everybody loves knockouts. We love knockouts, but when you're a power puncher like this, even boxing like this makes the fans excited because you're landing hard shots.
And at any moment, you're thinking this fight can end.
Right.
Keeps you on the edge of your seat, but I love the fact that Nathan is showing his boxing ability. To your point earlier, Barack, we hadn't seen that in his previous fights.
Right, definitely showed me a lot today. I'm very impressed. I see him setting traps. I see him, jabbing to the body and then coming back upstairs, hooking to the body, then pretty good kid.
Yeah.
Another uppercut to the body, then brings it up top. And to that point, guys, I think what it does, too, is it kind of recalibrates the expectations for Nate Lugo. Now, maybe you are watching him thinking, okay, I want to see a little bit more of that boxing ability. It's not just tuning in, hoping he blows someone out.
Yeah. And he knows at the right distance when to keep his hands low. There's a method to his madness and his style. And I'm really seeing a lot of those nuances today.
In this weight class, there's not too many guys that are this athletic.
And the speed that he has as well.
This is beautiful footwork from Lugo, combined with the power punching. Saw him land that kind of swivel step uppercut like that.
Wow.
And that is it. That is a responsible stoppage from the official. Nate Lugo thoroughly dominant in this one.
Phenomenal performance.
And Nate Lugo will cash the knockout bonus.
Respect the Dolworth for giving his all. Let's just fight another day. Good call by the referee. He's just a tough kid. He wasn't going to lay down.
I like how Dolworth looked at the ref, first complained initially, then he looked at the ref and said, okay, I understand.
I see your point.
I get it.
Respect.
An ethical stoppage there from the referee. That was only going to get worse for Austin Dolworth. He needed to be saved. Dolworth too brave for the moment, perhaps. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights. There were a lot of them for Nate Lugo in this one.
All one-sided, just a beautiful display of skill. He didn't seem to be too focused on getting the knockout as opposed to just showing his skill set. And I'm glad he got the chance to show it against a really tough kid that was able to take his shots.
That was a perfect example of fighters say, I'm not looking for the knockout, I'm going to let it come.
Yeah, and that shot right there was beautiful. It was a long distance shot. He caught him at the end of the shot. He didn't even follow through, and it had enough zip on it put him down.
Very impressive performance by the young prospect.
All right, we are ready to make this one official, so let's send it back up to Lupe Contreras.
Inside the OTX ring, an accumulation of punches obligates referee John Shorley to stop this contest with an official time of 2 minutes 47 seconds of the 5th and penultimate round. Your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, the Brick Buster, Nathan Lugo.
Nate Lugo with the most impressive performance of his young career. I think we started to see the clearer picture as to what Nate Lugo is in this fight. This wasn't just an easy, instant knockout. We saw the totality of what's to come for Nate Lugo in his pro career.
Right, good display. And what it tells me is that he's going to have some longevity in the sport, you know. He's defensively minded, he's smart in there, and that's what I like to see. Fighters that not only can pop, but fighters that can box.
And just a kid that understood that at the first couple fights of his career, he was too anxious, looking for the knockout. So, you know, these guys are methodic, going back into the gym and making adjustments, and we saw it today.
And as impressive as the power punching, of course, producing the stoppage in this fight, was the defense of Nate Lugo, and the stats will bear that out as we take a look at the CompuBox punch stats for this one. Take a look at these numbers here. Nate Lugo connecting on 136 of 291, connecting at a 46.7% clip. Austin Dulworth landed 16 punches in that fight, guys.
Wow. That is a lopsided victory.
Nate Lugo thoroughly dominant in his 4th professional appearance, and he is still perfect in terms of the knockout ratio as well. What a performance from Nate Lugo. But coming up next, we've got a super lightweight contest. OTX's very own Giovanni Marquez from right here in Houston takes on the 10-4 Esteban Munoz.
Thought I deserved the decision, but I didn't get it. We move on and hopefully it happens again.
I can see why people would go with Dave winning it, and I'll have to be prepared for an even better Dave Allen next time.
His ceiling's been shown now.
And Dave Allen here is upsetting the odds.
He's lucky the fight never got stopped. I'm surprised he got the dub.
Most people felt that Dave Allen nicked it by a point, but it's one round away from a different decision.
Back live here at the Owl's Nest in Houston, Texas. You see Nate Lugo's family understandably excited after that performance. And the Houston fans are going to be rocking in just a moment as one of the H-Town favorites is in action. Giovanni Marquez, the son of the world champion Raul Marquez, tonight taking on Esteban Munoz. You see the measurables. Gio Marquez enjoying a height and a reach advantage in this one. A little bit of housekeeping. The weight for this one set at 143, so this technically is a welterweight contest. However, Giovanni Marquez, very much a 140-pound prospect. We're ready to meet the fighters. Let's send it back up to Lupe Contreras.
Making his ring walk, Esteban Munoz.
Munoz makes his way to the ring. It's trained by Henry Ramirez, who we will remember guiding the careers of the likes of Chris Arreola and Josecito Lopez. He wound up training with Henry Ramirez because he was on vacation to go to his cousin's wedding in California and just wanted somewhere to train. Walked into Henry Ramirez's gym, started hitting the bag, and Henry said, "Hey, you're pretty good. Why don't you stick around and train here?" The two of them have had a difficult training camp in terms of Munoz making weight, though, guys, because Munoz admitted to us that he had to lose 40 pounds to get down to that weight limit of 143 here tonight. We'll see how that plays into this contest.
And they understood how dangerous that is to have to do that. And he alluded to not ever being in that position again, so we'll see.
Well, tonight he's going to be taking on Giovanni Marquez, one of the jewels of the OTX stable. Let's take a closer look at G.
I'm extremely comfortable fighting under the bright lights and TV cameras. For me personally, it motivates me to go out there and perform. It gives me an extra excitement and extra motivation. Some crumble under the pressure, but it just turns me up, it motivates me. It is extremely important for me to put on a show when I'm fighting. I like to give the fans their money's worth, and I like to go out there and perform. People want to see action, and that's what I look to do.
His counterpart, Giovanni Marquez.
Giovanni Marquez makes his way to the ring here in a venue he's very, very familiar with. Good number of his professional contests have taken place here at the Owl's Nest. Marquez has grown up on television and, of course, as the son of a world champion and a prominent boxing personality as well. There's always been a target on his back, guys, but it seems like that target has gotten a lot larger. Now that he's 12-0, you're starting to hear other prospects, other contenders starting to mention his name.
It's the nature of the game, you know, and with that name, that's what comes with it. I want to fight the guy with the name, and that's what Scoopy is exhibiting.
Anna Ben dealt with that and has made a name for himself, and Giovanni, I'm pretty sure, wants to follow in those footsteps.
It seems like he's built for this, you know, and another thing with this particular, you know, this catch weight, he looks in shape. He looks 3 extra pounds, sometimes you see a difference on the fighter, but he looks in shape.
We continue with the action inside the premier combat sports venue in the Lone Star State. The Owl's Nest, Houston, Texas, is his OTX Friday night fights. This contest set for 8 rounds on the line. The vacant WBA Continental America's Gold Super Lightweight title. President of the World Boxing Association, Gilberto Jesus Mendoza. Supervisor, Julio Time. Our judges are Jesse Reyes, Coy Sidturn, and Dustin Weaver. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. Tonight, he makes his OTX debut and looks to continue his 3-fight winning streak with a record of 10 victories against 4 losses, 5 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of San Bernardino, California, y puro Culiacán, Sinaloa, Mexico, Esteban Stonehands Munoz. Across the ring in the red corner, tonight, this 2021 Golden Gloves National Champion returns to the OTX ring with the blood of a U.S. Olympian and a former world champion, as well as the KO in his DNA. He risks it all, puts Houston on his back, and looks to remain undefeated at 12-0, with 6 of his victories coming by way of knockout. Representing H-Town, Giovanni Marquez. With final instructions, referee Joe Rodriguez.
All right, Jim, I give you instructions in the dressing room, right? Keep it clean, protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times. Touch glove, good luck.
Opening round, OTX KO bonus on the line.
So we are ready to go here. Giovanni Marquez and Esteban Munoz, as you heard during the ring introductions, a regional WBA title on the line as well. So another opportunity for advancement in the career of Giovanni Marquez or Esteban Munoz if he could pull off the upset here tonight. But right away, guys, you look at the difference in the body composition. Giovanni Marquez just looks like the naturally much larger fighter.
Indeed. Munoz is coming off with 3 straight wins, trying to make it a 4th here.
But this is a good matchup for Marquez because Munoz could fight. And I don't know if he noticed that Scooby was staring him down, Marquez.
I'm pretty sure he did.
But if he did notice, then I know he's going to want to perform. He's going to want to put on a real good performance and make a statement.
Especially if he wants that fight next.
Munoz is a guy who's always just had natural talent. He only had about 20 amateur fights, but in his 3rd professional fight, he just stepped in and took on George Acosta, who's a pretty good fighter. With 5 days' notice, went the distance against him. So again, one of those fighters who's sort of battling time and lack of amateur experience. Right now, doing some decent work, landing a couple body shots. But back comes Giovanni Marquez with a good combination.
And you see, he's definitely a natural, like you said. He's skillful, he's fast, he has it. You know, it's all about circumstances sometimes, you know, the training that you're able to get, you know, the time that you're able to put towards the sport.
Especially in this sport, a lot to do with circumstances. He did got some work in with Barboza. Barboza getting ready for Teofimo Lopez.
He took part in Barboza's last sparring session before Barboza's fight against Teofimo Lopez in Times Square as Marquez lands a nice body shot there and as Munoz temporarily backed in the corner. Good combination there from Munoz.
Got fast hands.
Maybe like, not as fast as his idol, but a bit like Manny Pacquiao.
Oh, he's blinking a lot. I think he got maybe a thumb in the eye, or maybe he just got hit in the
Vaseline
eye. And it's bothering him. And I'm talking about Munoz, that left eye.
Yeah, he's been blinking it early in the round. Has skill, and he's shown it so far.
Something's up with the eyes of Munoz.
I don't love the way he's lunging in, though, to try to land those shots without kind of establishing some distance.
Manny Pacquiao's his favorite fighter.
That is true.
And that's actually how Manny Pacquiao jumps in.
Yeah, falling short with the power hand, then coming back with the left hand is Munoz, who's doing some decent work here, but Marquez has been very consistent with these shots to the body.
He's doing some quick work, but his hands are low, and he's susceptible to that left hook.
You know, Munoz didn't even want to watch the fight between Manny Pacquiao with his friends Marquez. I can't think of his name now that he broke his eye socket.
Antonio Margarito.
Antonio Margarito. His friends made him watch the fight, and that's actually what made him a fight fan and want to go to the gym.
Yeah, he beat them in video games, won the money, and then they said, hey, that was the money we had for the pay-per-view tonight. He wasn't a boxing fan, but he said, I have to be a good friend. I got to give the money back. And it started now a lifelong journey in the sport.
Oh, my God. Nice. Funny what this sport can do to you after watching one fight.
Maybe he was sold by the Free Nelly concert on that project. Maybe that's what did it for
him. Decent round from both guys in that first round. I think both guys got some work in.
Round 2 underway.
And I think what the first round looked to me was Marquez is just taking his time because he's been guilty of, you know, just trying to get the knockout, like I mentioned Nathan Lugo as well.
Nice clubbing right hand there from Marquez.
Shots better like that.
Looks in great shape too, Marquez.
Hard shots too.
If you've ever been in the Raul Marquez gym, it is pretty consistently about 110 degrees in there. If you can survive a training camp in that gym,
yes,
it says a lot about your mental fortitude.
Maybe I need to go there to lose some weight, Corey.
Right.
Tell you what, Munoz is showing decent defense as well. He's not really getting hit with any clean shots on the ropes there.
Yeah, but he's open for the shots. Just I'm waiting for the left hook to come from Marquez.
Capitalize on it.
Yeah. It's there. Good jab to the body by Marquez. I like this Marquez better. That's calmer,
pacing himself,
and he's pacing himself, and he's picking the shots a little differently.
His father Raul said it that was something that they were specifically working on, pacing himself more, and also working on the inside game.
Right.
Yeah, Raul Marquez was talking about wanting Giovanni, when he can, to sort of stay in the fire a little longer when he works on the inside, but he was talking about how, there is a little bit of difference in identity between himself and his son. That there's the left hook you were calling for. He ran into it, and this is a big opportunity for Marquez here in the second round.
It was there. He saw it, executed perfectly. Heard him.
And still taking his time and not being overzealous here after hurting Munoz.
Good point.
Munoz lands a little sweeping left hook.
So now Munoz got his hands up because that left hook really hurt him.
I tell you guys, whoever, kind of adds patches to trunks, they need to do a better job. Too often we see the patch for the sanctioned body hanging off. That's the WBA.
The left eye is bleeding of Munoz now.
A clubbing right hand there from Marquez. See blood coming from the right eye of Esteban Munoz.
Oh, right. It's the right eye, yep.
So whatever he was blinking about before, he has an additional reason. As the lights flicker here in the Owl's Nest, they're probably flickering in the eyes of Munoz at the moment, too.
Somebody is leaning on the wall and hit the lights by mistake.
Well, this man's trying to lean on Giovanni Marquez for a potential fight between these two. Kurt Scooby, an interested observer, and he has been following Giovanni Marquez everywhere he goes.
He's giving him the okay sign, but that's like giving him credit.
At 135. I heard you said Giovanni Marquez mentioned my name. What's up? Let's fight for pink slips. Let's fight for overtime pink slips.
There you have it, Gio. Congrats, Scoop. Guys,
pink slip.
Moving forward, Scoop, big win, Giovanni Marquez. You want that next?
I want that now? What you mean? Oh, I'm ready to be known.
So if he was here, you...
Sean Davis, Shakur Davis, Giovanni, I want all of them. It's time. I don't get paid. I don't get paid for overtime. I get paid by overtime.
Fight for pink slips. Wow.
Kurt Scooby looking to deliver a pink slip to Giovanni Marquez, just like he delivered that contract to him in Big Bear a couple of months ago. And perhaps we'll see those two in an OTX ring in the near future. Of course, provided Giovanni Marquez can get the victory here tonight against Esteban Munoz, so things are looking very good on that front.
Indeed. McWaters told us, no, Scooby didn't have a real contract that he was proposing to Gio,
but that they would happily take the fight.
Absolutely.
Marquez is looking good, but I don't want to take away from how competitive Munoz is making this fight. He's looking good as well in spots.
Yeah, Munoz seems like he has a cut on his right eye. Little nick there.
Yeah, that was produced in the previous round. And again, adding to whatever the situation he's dealing with in terms of his vision. Every once in a while, Munoz is using that athleticism, that kind of springy footwork to get himself into position and get a couple combinations off. But this has just been good, consistent work from Giovanni Marquez, just keeping Munoz at the end of his shots.
Yeah, leaving the ground with both feet is dangerous for any fighter. And nice. See what happened to Manny Pacquiao versus Marquez. You don't leave the ground.
Good counter.
But when you're fast, you can get away with it.
He's been able to allow, but not allow. Marquez has landed some big body shots in a row. So Munoz always springs back with 2 or 3 counters. As he's working now, putting in some good work.
The corner of Munoz, Henry Ramirez trying to compel him to keep working. Again, you do have to wonder, what is the gas tank like considering that horrid weight cut? And even though he had an 8-week camp, you know, losing 40+ pounds during that time period, it can do a lot to one's body.
Very, very dangerous.
Looks like the eyes affected him more and more. Good combination. 1, 2, 3 landed by Marquez.
Yeah, definitely eyes are troubling him. He's blinking excessively, but it's not stopping his hands because he's letting his hands go.
And he was blinking before that cut started bleeding, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I called that out in the first one.
Munoz missing over the top and not missing with that one. Nice right hand and a left. Forcing Marquez temporarily to take a step back.
Beautiful.
Here's a little bit of an edge from Marquez as he tries to get that power shot back with a nice right hand.
He tends to do that. He tends to end the combinations with a 1, with a jab, you know, a push jab.
Yes. Marquez taking his time, though, a lot different, you know, different pace than what we normally see him in.
Still probably winning this fight, Marquez. That was a good round for Munoz.
For sure. Showing his skill level.
How do you feel? Up and down, short. Boom. Don't look for the overhand line. How do you feel? Let it go. You got it. You got them. He's ready to go.
Round 4 begins. Esteban Munoz entering this one on a 3-fight win streak. Hoping to keep that alive here tonight against Giovanni Marquez. And Munoz has done some good work in moments, but the vast majority of the moments in this one have been produced by Gio Marquez. Right hand to the body there from Marquez, and there again is that left hook, the one that had Munoz in trouble earlier on in the contest. There's another one. Make it 3.
They trade hooks there, though. Munoz landed one himself. We know that Marquez wants to make a statement today, especially with Scooby being in the building. Send a message.
But that right hand was a bit of a statement right there, Marquez.
Came flush over the top, rocking the head back of Munoz on that one.
Yeah, Munoz is a little sneaky. See, he usually does a leaping jab, but this time he switched it from a leaping jab to a leaping left hook.
And he almost switches stands at times when he lunges in.
Like a Manny Pacquiao walking in.
See Kurt Scooby in the bottom right of your screen studying every move of Marquez in this one as Munoz tries to leap in with that left hand again. Another check left hook there from Marquez. That has been a money shot for him here tonight.
Great timing and great defense afterwards.
Looping right afterwards.
Loving shot there from Marquez. He brings that right hand downstairs. Little extra zip on these shots from Marquez.
Yep.
Might be feeling as though Munoz is feeling these shots.
Munoz is having his moments, but is he doing enough to even come close to winning a round? Not yet.
Say Marquez, go back to that eye, that eye that he's having trouble with, which is the left eye that's blinking a lot. Go back to that left eye with the right, straight right.
It's just missing with that same left hook. The elbow almost wrapping around the head of Munoz. Just got out of the way of that one. And that'll do it for the round.
Coming up.
I'm not tired of answering the question about fighting in my dad's shadow. It just comes with the territory, and it gives me more viewership, more exposure, so I just take it as a positive. I expect to make a name for myself just by continuing to be victorious, and once I win world titles, multiple world titles, is when I'll separate from just being my dad's son.
Work behind the dad. Work behind the dad. Watch his counter. He's only a 1-2.
Seems like Shakur Stevenson might be in the building.
Combination, like we hit boom.
Frequent sparring partner of Giovanni Marquez, or I guess it would be the other way around. Of course, Marquez, a member of many a Shakur Stevenson camp over the years.
Can't believe you called that 3-division champ a sparring partner. They share the ring, yes.
Yes.
Former unified.
You know, he calls in Shakur every once in a while. Bring him in for
Right.
sparring.
See Marquez able to flow between stances here. Of course, his father, Raul Marquez, you heard him talking about him in between rounds. Southpaw pressure fighter.
Also a colleague of yours that you called many fights with.
Going back to an earlier point, you know, that is part of something that Raul Marquez and Giovanni Marquez are having to kind of navigate and work out amongst themselves. Of course, Raul was a very different fighter than his son is. Giovanni Marquez has a slickness to his operation that Raul preferred to just kind of plow forward and be more aggressive. So they're kind of learning to speak one another's language and how he can best help his son with this style as he finds his own identity in the ring.
Yeah, even with that style, though, Raul was a decorated amateur and an Olympian.
They might share the same killer instinct.
Yeah.
And Marquez blocking a lot of shots from Munoz during that 20-second sequence or so. Nice short right hand there on the inside from Marquez.
For a guy that lost 40 pounds, Munoz is in shape.
Yeah, very much so. Doesn't seem like he's losing any speed or steam or energy. Just being beaten to the punch thus far.
It's a good right hand by Munoz there.
Double right, sneaky, but not too much mustard on it.
No, it wasn't. It was just a shot that landed.
Wow.
It's a better right hand there from Marquez.
Oh, yeah.
Munoz steps back out of the way. They can't get out of the way of that one. 2 shots has Munoz with his back against the ropes.
Little mouse.
Looks like a mouse now developing underneath the eye. The other eye of Esteban Munoz, who comes back with a right hand of his own.
This doesn't seem like he can hurt Marquez at all. So far in this bout.
the happy autograph collector. He's getting the Lugo boys to add to that glove. Andreas Katzourakis fans in the front row, of course. Looking forward to our main event later on between Katzourakis and Roberto Cruz.
Two possible future world champions. Nice to get those autographs in now. Good stab to start the round to the body by Marquez.
And that has been consistent from Marquez all night long as round 6 begins.
And Munoz answers back. The same stab to the body.
Nice right hand over the top there from Munoz.
Great combination.
Munoz isn't a particularly high output guy, but he does have hand speed and he does have foot speed when he gets those shots off.
Good accuracy.
Done some good work.
Yeah. Marquez just appears to be the stronger fighter and then heavier puncher.
The other thing he's been able to do, and Barack, you could speak to this, without getting warned for posting or doing anything illegal, he's been able to control a lot of the action just with that lead hand. It doesn't have to be a hard jab, but like this, there's nothing that Munoz can really do. Even when he fires that right hand, there's not enough space for him to actually get to the target.
No, I mean, he's keeping the distance accurately. And another thing is, like, there's nothing like hurting your opponent to give you the confidence. So now he's a little bit more loose, a little bit more elusive, playing around in there. I like this, Marquez.
And even when Munoz lands shots, he's not in the right position to have any leverage on those shots because they're leaping, they're out of position, so they're not doing any damage.
Shoe shot combination on the inside there from Marquez. Nice right hand, though, from Munoz.
Yes, sneaky right.
I mean, Marquez maybe playing around a little bit too much there. Got touched with a right hand from Munoz.
You know, outside of that left hook that hurt him early in the fight, I haven't seen Munoz hurt since then. And he got hit with some good shots.
See the face swelling and marking on Munoz, but you're right. Other than that left hook that had him wobbled against the ropes, he's been able to absorb these shots and keep firing back. Munoz looking for a counter uppercut on the ropes. Need a good two-punch combination to the body for his efforts.
Both guys trading right hands there.
Munoz keeps getting to keep his right hand up. I think Marquez needs to go back to that left hook. It's there.
I think Marquez also has to thinking twice because he's getting countered at times, so he's not that freely going in there to land big shots.
I mean, this is the best blue corner fighter of the night. For sure. Munoz is a pretty good fighter.
Well, here's a pretty good fighter, I would say, as well. Shakur Stevenson, maybe the best defensive artist in the sport of boxing today. One of the very best fighters on the planet.
Indeed, he's in our top 10 pound for pound.
Yeah, has an incredible fight coming up soon against Zepeda.
An incredible mesh of styles in that one, a fight that both men have been calling for quite some time. Cannot wait to see Shakur in the ring with William Zepeda.
And what it is he's a boxing fan. When you speak to Shakur, he'll tell you he knows everything that's going on currently in the sport.
And that's why he's here. I mean, Shakur loves the sport. He rarely turns down an opportunity to go watch boxing.
He's probably tweeting about our broadcast right now.
He said they call me a sparring partner.
Round 7 underway here.
Hey, that was Corey call.
No. Pure accident.
No doubt. Do we feel that Giovanni here is maybe comfortable cruising with a decision victory here and not applying enough pressure, or putting his foot on the gas enough to get a stoppage here? I'm getting that energy.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I just think he's in there with a good guy, you know, who's a little tricky, kind of like Magic Moff was tricky against Terrence Crawford, you know, feinting and, you know.
Hard to time.
Right. So he's just trying to pick those spots, trying to pick the right spots.
As Munoz lands another sneaky right hand.
It's not like he hasn't hurt him like that.
Good moment here for Marquez. Munoz just pasted against the ropes right now. Free shots to the body being landed there by Giovanni Marquez, who lands to the body, then gets out of the way of the counter right hand. An adjustment made just 20 seconds later from Marquez, but look at Munoz doing some good work to the body.
And upstairs.
Might not be hurting Marquez, but they're scoring points. Marquez is landing
big overhand right there from Marquez. See the sweat flying across the ring. Back comes Munoz again with a right hand of his own.
Game opponent here, very tricky. Might not be doing enough to win and secure any rounds, but he's making Giovanni think twice at times.
Good work this round for Munoz. Both men having success. Munoz might have had already to this point the most offensive success he's had in a singular round in this round. I still don't know if he's won the round, but the work that he's done might have been the cleanest that we've seen from him thus far.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say the same thing. I mean, has he done enough to win a round? I guess we'll have to see the last 30 seconds of this round. But yes, you're right, Corey. He's done the best work in this round throughout this fight.
Blood starting to cover the trunks of Esteban Munoz as well.
And this is the first time we see Munoz moving forward and pushing Giovanni back a little bit. Outside of being on the ropes right now.
Final 10 seconds of the round. As Giovanni Marquez shows off a little footwork. Back to the stools ahead of the final round. Oh, boy. And Giovanni Marquez off camera with a little ode to D-Generation X there a moment ago.
Told him, get back to your opponent.
These are a pretty competitive round, these hard shots. Marquez had a couple of moments like this where he had him up against the ropes and was able to unload big power shots on him. The straight right was just landing and just, I think, really affected Munoz, but he's not giving up.
Underway, the 8th and final round. What's been another good test here for Giovanni Marquez. Good effort tonight here from Esteban Munoz. Again, considering the circumstances. Guys, you think of a guy that lost 40 pounds ahead of this fight, who admitted that when he was a kid, he hated running and conditioning so much that he quit soccer, and his mom didn't believe he would actually continue in boxing. This is a man who's been pretty energetic for 8 rounds against a good fighter in Gio Marquez.
No, clearly he's in shape to be able to move like that. He landed a couple of good shots, spun around him, so his legs are in shape even after the 40 pounds he lost.
From Marquez again.
From the left-handed stance.
Going between stances, which he can do as he takes that left hand to the body and now through the middle with uppercuts. This is just pure heavy work here from Giovanni Marquez, but he gets caught with a right hand from Munoz. shot from Munoz, and understandably so. These are heavy combinations being landed by Marquez.
He wants to close the show.
You can tell Marquez was up and waiting off his stool for a long time in between rounds, just soaking in the crowd as you hear the chants of Gio at the Owl's Nest.
That's the third flurry. You talk about in shape. Gio's in shape.
In the last round.
Final minute of the contest.
Come back with that left hook. It's there.
Another flurry from Marquez. He is emptying the gas tank here in the 8th.
Lunging left hook by
Yeah, he got touched by that hook, and there's a little bit of a mouse underneath the eye where that left hook landed as well. Marquez is going to need a nice pair of shades tomorrow, because he was certainly in a fight here against Esteban Munoz. Just counter to the body there from Munoz, and a right hand as well. A gutsy effort from Esteban Munoz. But Giovanni Marquez, just too much here tonight in his hometown.
He feels that he got a victory, Marquez, and he noticed that his arch rival Scooby was outside, so he has a couple of choice words for him. And Scooby was yelling right back at him. I mean, I seen Scooby intently watch every movement from Marquez. Like, this is the fight that needs to happen. This is the fight that both of these guys want. And it's nothing like coming to see your opponent fight. Let's look at these highlights. Man, it was a very competitive fight. Marquez definitely has the edge, and he's feeling like the victor here. Munoz is looking like he understands that Marquez won, but he gave a good account for himself. A lot of 1-2s and a lot of combination with the one, but the harder shots was definitely by Marquez. Kept him up against the ropes a lot. Hurt his eye early and just stayed on him. It took a lot of energy. This was the last round. It was just a beautiful, beautiful fight. But shout out to both men.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going all 8 rounds inside the OTX ring, the official scorecard reads as follows. Judges Reyes and Sittern turned in identical scores of 78-74. And Judge Weaver scores it 79-73. All 3 in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. And now, WBA Continental America's Gold Super Lightweight Champion. It ain't nothing but a G10. Giovanni Marquez.
Thanks, guys. Gio, first off, congratulations on the win. How would you rate your performance today?
First and foremost, I want to give all the glory to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I want to give a big shout out to all the Houston fans, toda la raza mexicana, gracias. And I give myself a C+, B-.
What was, he seemed tricky in there at times and kind of springy with counter shots, even though you were landing the hardest shots in there. Or what was the hardest thing to deal with him in there?
I would say I had, full control. I wanted to get crafty and work on things. I could have easily dominated the whole fight boxing and not get touched, but I want to give the fans a show. I want to give the fans excitement. So, you see the flurries and things like that. So, just a little bit stuff I need to work on, my inside game, things like that.
Yeah, your father said, in the fighting meetings that he wanted you to start pacing yourself. So in regards to that, do you feel like you executed what you guys wanted to work on?
I think I did well. Like I said, I gave myself a C+, B-, and it's back to the drawing board. I'm going to get better each and every fight.
Well, look, just to address the elephant in the room, obviously, for the last year or so, there's been a fighter that's been fighting on OTX that's been calling you out rigorously. How much do you have that same, eagerness to fight him? And I'm talking about Kurt Scooby.
First of all, this guy came to my city to see me fight. He's out here in Big Bear trying to stalk me and stuff. So this guy wants to fight. And I never shy down to a challenge. I'm up for it. I've been wanting this fight since I was like 5-0, so I'm here for it.
Well, he's right here next to me. How bad do you want this fight, Scoob?
You don't sound confident. I'm gonna break you. I came to Big Bear. I walked you down in Houston, Texas.
No, you didn't.
I'm gonna break you.
No, you didn't.
Break you.
You called me out, buddy. You gonna break?
You don't sound confident. I'm gonna break you.
Look at
break
you.
Yeah,
look at you.
yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
snatch that chain.
Break you.
I'm gonna snatch that chain, boy.
I'm gonna snatch this.
I'm gonna snatch that chain.
Yeah.
Guys.
Wow.
All right, well, things getting a little out of hand in there. Kurt Scooby confronting Giovanni Marquez. We said he's been hounding him all across the United States. He showed up at training camp.
Is that blood on the chest of Marquez?
From where, we don't know. We hope it's not from Kurt Scooby. There might be some commission fines on their way if that were the case. But some bad blood that we know is there between Giovanni Marquez and Kurt Scooby. Welcome back to the desk. I'm glad you're safe.
Yeah,
Are you okay?
I got my mic
Are you
knocked
okay? You got the mic knocked out of your
out
hand?
of my hands.
Your legs wobbled a little bit, right?
No.
No? You got a good chin.
I'm known to have a good beard.
You got a good chin. Literally, you got a good beard, literally.
So one Houston favorite with a victory in Gio Marquez, and in our co-main event in the super lightweight division, OTX's very own and Houston's very own Batman Brian Gorham taking on Team USA member Luis Feliciano.
Shot. A terrific performance from Peter McGrail.
Lovely movement from Masudi.
Sustained a top from Yabai.
Eye-catching, classy, star quality.
The Zone, the undisputed global home of boxing, where the greatest fighters take center stage, with fights every week and over 185 a year. And now, the mighty Queensbury joins over 30 worldwide promoters to up the ante like never before, with the best of the best.
The biggest nights.
There's no limits to what's possible. Nobody brings you closer to the action. Because if the fight is on, it's on The Zone, the global home of boxing.
A sold-out crowd here at the Owl's Nest in Houston, Texas. It's time for our co-feature bout of the night, and this is a really good one. Before that, we had a little scuffle in the ring as well between Giovanni Marquez and Kurt Scooby. A little OTX on OTX violence as we take a look back at it here. You see Ak in the middle of it.
This is where Ak went down. Right here. Either Ak or the mic.
A lot of bad blood there between Marquez and Scooby. We can't wait for that one, but this should be a fantastic fight as well. Breon Gorham and Luis Feliciano. Take a look at the tail of the tape. The measurables in favor of Feliciano, who, as we mentioned earlier, has been in the exact position in the career that Breon Gorham is in right now. Gorham looking for a statement victory in this one. Feliciano looking to turn back the clock. Can't wait for this co-feature. And to introduce the fighters, we'll send it back up to Lupe Contreras.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his ring walk, Luis Feliciano.
Luis Feliciano makes his way to the ring. Last saw him dropping a 6-round unanimous decision to Akshay Shakal in India on March 7th of this year. And Feliciano is a guy who, for a period of time, was one of the brightest prospects in the Golden Boy stable. We were seeing him on DAZN all the time, had a glossy, undefeated record, then had to deal with inactivity. COVID hit, the inactivity stretched a little bit beyond that, and Feliciano doesn't seem like he's been able to recover. Can he get back to that old form here tonight against Breon Gorham?
Well, he got a nice test to show us. He didn't look the same coming back after COVID. You know, I seen him get knocked out. That wasn't the same Luis that I seen before. So I don't know. He seems motivated. Like I said, in every fighting meeting we had, the guys who were in the blue corner were very, very confident, and they said they put in the work, and everybody's been in shape tonight. So I'm really interested to see how he performs tonight.
He has a tough test ahead of him today against a young, talented prospect.
That talented prospect he'll be taking on, of course, it is grind time. Breon Gorham. Let's take a closer look at Gorham.
I feel like it's going to be brutal. What sets me apart, I feel like just my athleticism, my skill set. I come from a family of boxers. I had uncles that boxed, grandpas, so it was kind of a generational thing. I feel like he should fear me because I'm coming to destroy him. I work hard, and I feel like somebody has to pay for me. I'm ready. We did everything and left everything in training camp. We worked hard. We left no stones unturned, and we ready for fight night.
His rival, Breon Gorham.
Opened the broadcast here on OTX, now in the co-feature, and he's really had to grind his way to get to where he is. His first 13 fights in the pros, he did it on his own in Mexico, basically making his own way. Then you saw him a lot on a Red Owl boxing broadcast where prospects are match tough. So he earned his way into the OTX stable where now the spotlight shines upon him.
And I know a lot of guys go to Mexico, you know, to get those wins, to get the fights because you can afford those kind of fights. But sometimes those are tough fights out there. And he came back here to America ready and skillful.
Devin Haney took that route. Right? Obviously, we saw the success of his career. Not a bad route. Now it's time for him to look impressive here in this country.
continue inside the premier combat sports venue in the Lone Star State, the Owl's Nest, Houston, Texas. This is OTX Friday Night Fights. This is our co-main event of the evening, set for 10 rounds in the super lightweight division. Our judges are Jesse Reyes, Randy Russell, and Dustin Weaver. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. Tonight, this former U.S. national champion makes his OTX debut and faces off against his third consecutive undefeated opponent looking to return to his winning ways in his 20th professional bout with an outstanding record of 17 victories against only 2 losses, 8 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Boricua to the bone, Luis Feliciano. Across the ring in the red corner, fighting out of Lopez Boxing and returning to the OTX ring. He follows in the footsteps of his uncle and Golden Gloves champion grandfather as he climbs the ranks of professional boxing, looking to remain undefeated as a pro. With 18 victories, 13 of those victories coming by way of KO. Representing Houston, Texas, it's grind time. With final instructions, referee James Green.
Go. Okay, gentlemen, you got your instructions in the dressing room. I want you to protect yourself at all times and obey my command at all times. Touch them up, back to your corner.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a money round. The OTX KO bonus is on the line.
We are ready for our co-feature here between Breon Gorham and Luis Feliciano, and we have a very special guest joining us on commentary for a little while here. One of the very best in the game, one of my favorite fighters to watch, Shakur Stevenson. What's going on, man?
I'm real familiar with both guys. I've been on the USA team with Feliciano, and I sparred with Breon, so I know both guys.
It's a tough matchup, certainly, for Gorham. You're very familiar with Feliciano. We were talking about Feliciano trying to find that old form because he was once in the spot that Gorham's in. He was the hot prospect, and he's since taken 2 losses.
He got the experience. He's been around longer than Breon, but Breon got the power, the youth, the skills, and it's a very interesting fight. I like Breon, though.
Nice right hand connects there from Gorham. From what you've seen in the ring and in your time with Gorham, what makes him an interesting prospect?
His power, his inside game, and actually he had a real underrated defense.
And this is after just 10 years in the game. That's it. Barely had amateur fights, and this kid is just a natural.
Yeah, actually, I like his coach, too. He got a really good coach who kind of stays on him and make him work hard. So I'm definitely interested to see tonight and the future that he got.
Good body work there from Gorham. You know, Shakur, you're the second fighter that's pointed out Gorham's defense. About Darius Fulgham said the same thing about Gorham's defense. It seems like other fighters appreciate what they see out of him in the gym.
Yeah, for sure. Very strong, very good defense. He's an in-the-pocket fighter. He's one of the fighters that I like. I enjoy sparring with him.
So far, this is a competitive fight. No one's landed anything significant yet.
Left hook to the body there from Gorham. Of course, the first loss on the professional ledger of Feliciano came last year to Mike-Juan Williams when he was stopped on Pro Box.
You know, Shakur, you can say this is his hometown. He has a lot of people here today. Somebody that has fought in Newark so many times. Like, what's that pressure like? This is on a smaller scale, but what is that pressure like fighting when you know there are a lot of people in the crowd?
It's actually a lot of pressure. Some fighters kind of fold up to the pressure, and some fighters kind of stand up to the pressure. But in front of your home crowd, there's like a lot of butterflies, family. You got to worry about family tickets. It's kind of hard to stay focused. So hopefully he did everything that he's supposed to do. And right now is his moment.
A little bit of swelling underneath the eye of Feliciano already, I think, from one of the right hands of Gorham.
I would like him to relax a little bit, though. He kind of got to relax and use his jab a little bit more.
Well, you sitting here, you know, maybe he's a little bit nervous. When his nerves drop a little bit, we'll see a little bit more fluid going. We've seen him perform good here. We've seen him perform good. We've seen his skill set, so we know what he can do.
Yeah, but there's a tougher fight, you know.
Yeah,
Feliciano got the experience, so it'd be interesting to see. And he got a good amount of power, too.
I noticed that you sparred with Feliciano?
Yeah, I sparred with him a long time ago.
Oh, yeah?
We were talking earlier about how much young talent is in Texas, specifically Houston. You think you brought that wave with you when you came here? There's so many guys talk about sparring with you, working with you in the gym.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I know that, like, I'm one of the best fighters in the world, so it's very fun to see all of these new fighters come over, and I enjoy Texas. I enjoy my little cousins down here working with these guys, too, so we all just trying to make each other better.
We were talking earlier, like, this feels like a real fight city. You know, like, you feel even in this crowd, there's an educated fight crowd, and as Ak pointed out, there's a lot more fighters like coming to the city now.
Yeah, it's kind of getting bigger and bigger, and I'm just happy to be a part of it. You know, Newark is my home, will forever be my home, but I enjoy being at my second home.
How's the hands?
It's getting better.
Getting better? Good.
Round 2 underway. Hands of Breon Gorham doing a little damage in the opening round. You see the swelling on the face of Luis Feliciano already, the 32-year-old from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Decorated U.S. amateur.
That's a good jab to the body. I would like him to use that a little bit more, though. Good defense.
Last time I saw you, Shakur, was in New York City for the big spectacle in Times Square. Haven't spoken to you since then. What was your assessment of that whole weekend?
It was very interesting. You know, it was kind of new. It's a new experience seeing fighters go out there and not in front of a big crowd. But you could tell it was like a new environment. I enjoyed it being around Mike Tyson. Good shot by Feliciano right there. I enjoyed it being around Mike Tyson, Lennox Lewis, and all them guys. So I kind of soaked up a lot of knowledge.
This video of you giving Ryan some pointers from the outside.
Yeah, honestly, I saw something where Tio said that I went against him, but that's not true. I kind of cheer for all the people I grew up with.
Right.
If I grew up with you and I knew you, I like to see you win. So that's the type of guy I am.
Nice. Good left hook to the body by Feliciano.
Nice right hand there.
Beautiful.
Gorham stepping into that one.
Right now we got a good fight, though.
Yeah.
And Feliciano a lot more active here in this round.
Yeah, he's not using his height. He's not using his reach. He's getting on the
I'm not sure if he's that kind of fighter, though.
I see. He likes to fight low.
That like to fight.
He likes to get low. He got a wide stance, so he crouches down.
He want to hurt his opponent.
Exactly.
If you could give Braun some advice, what would you say that Breon should be doing more?
Give him some feints. I think he should feint a little bit more, you know, not tell him when he's going to come. I feel like the feint is going to make it a surprise when he let his hands go. So.
Good body shot, though, from Gorham.
That's a good jab downstairs, though. And both of the fighters wearing Reyes gloves, so you know that they're looking for a big punch or knockout tonight. So very interesting fight.
Mr. Core, from a fighter's perspective, how much more do you feel a shot just on your own hands in a pair of Reyes compared to like a pair of winning?
Man, it's a big difference. It's a puncher's glove. You know, that's the glove you wear when you want to hurt somebody. So you can tell they both looking for punishment right now.
They just had words for each other a few seconds ago after a headbutt.
What gloves do you wear? My memory's not serving me correctly, but is it Everlast?
Sometimes it's Everlast. My last fight I wore Rival, so I enjoy Rival gloves. So yeah.
Good defense there from Gorham, getting underneath those hooks from Feliciano. And that'll do it for the round.
Don't start breathing. Everything is calm. Okay. You only got hit one punch again because of your left hand flexing. And don't flex your defense. Okay, baby. Listen, he's gonna start giving you the right hand over the top. You already heard one. He's throwing the punches whenever he swings.
See, I kind of saw a little bit of it on the over here, but I really didn't get to see too much of it. But I think that's a good fight. I think that's a good fight for both fighters. I feel like they both in the same spot right now, so let's see who come out victorious.
All right, we got a YouTube poll, which you can see on your screen here. The fans, 70% of them right now feel that Gorham is ahead. I think that 70% is correct.
Right, he's definitely ahead. He's edging these rounds, but it's not dominating fashion, but he's fighting a good fight.
It's round 3 now underway.
That's a great jab.
Power jab by Gorham there.
Finish that with that left hook.
Good body shot.
Again there from Gorham. It seems to me, Shakur, like Gorham, he's trying to see if Feliciano, again, coming off of 2 losses, if he can handle this kind of pace. He's really making him work here, even if he isn't doing everything perfectly so far.
Yeah, right now it's like you said, it's a hometown fight, so he want to perform, he want to get a knockout, and he's trying to pick up the pace. So I like what he's doing right now.
And Barack, you're right. Feliciano's really not using his size, you know, his jab, like not controlling the distance at all, being a longer fighter.
He's allowing Gorham to get within range, get within his own range.
Oh, back of the head.
Yeah.
I hate when refs don't call it though. That's I don't like that. I think you got to be protective of the fighters and guys got to make it back home to their family. So
absolutely.
Feliciano missing over the top of that right hand. There, that right hand connected.
Ooh, nice catch and shoot.
There's that inside work from Gorham that you're talking about, Shakur. A little sneaky shot on the inside there. Feliciano, Barack, to your point, hasn't really got that jab working. That when he was on his way up, he was a part of that Triple G camp, and he said that he learned how to develop a heavy jab working in that camp. It's not something we've seen him pumping out there thus far.
Right. Oh, the jab up top and the jab downstairs. He keep going up top, then downstairs. I love the jab by Breon right now.
I would say this is a good test for Gorham, though. Like good work against an experienced fighter who's been in there.
Yeah, Feliciano's just allowing him to be first instead of shooting that jab out.
Indeed. If I was Feliciano, though, I would try to make it a little bit more rough. He's not going to win a fight like this on the back foot.
That's a good left hook by Feliciano, but I think the harder shots is coming from Gorham, so maybe it's a little tough getting on the inside with him.
Good job, ref.
But Gorham on the inside, he's constantly pivoting. He's giving you some movement on the ends. It's not making it easy to just sort of bully him and wrap him up.
And he's also like kind of landing the jab more so than the taller fighter. Just put him in position to land harder shots.
Who you give that round to, Shakur?
I gave it to Breon, but once again, I think this is good matchmaking. I think the matchmaking is beautiful. It's making him work for it. It's not just an easy fight, easy night, easy knockout. You know, guys don't get better like that, so
right.
I gave it to Breon, though.
You know, his team, they're very high on him. They even mentioned Ryan Garcia and how they see so many flaws in him, and they see him knocking the Ryan Garcia out. Now, obviously, you started fighting for titles early in your career with not that many fights. You know, Loma, guys like Tio. So a lot of fighters want that fast track to those big fights. How much more does Grion have to go before he can really start talking about those big fights?
I think he's in the right environment. So, truthfully, I can't tell you how soon, but I know that any fighter is beatable on any given night. You know, certain fighters is not focused like certain fighters, so maybe Breon is more focused than Ryan Garcia, and he may surprise people. He may go in there and do a lot better than a lot of people would expect, and he may even win. So at the end of the day, it's all about what fighter shows up that night.
Right hand there from Gorham. A good fight developing here between Gorham and Feliciano in our co-feature.
I like the way after he landed that right, he caught the left hook. So it was a good defense by Gorham.
If he just add a little bit of feints, though, if he add a little bit of feints, he probably will be less predictable.
Gorham getting a little bit of a warning there, but I thought that was good work on the inside, just ripping to the body when he had the opportunity.
There you go. That was a great feint.
Yeah, his shorts are a little bit high, Feliciano.
I'd like to see Gorham stab that jab to the body a little bit more. And to Shakur's point, you know, some more feints. He can set up some bigger shots. But he's putting some good body work in.
Gorham has some good defense. He's not really getting hit with anything flush.
No.
Nice right hand there from Gorham, just beating Feliciano to the punch.
Good shot by Feliciano.
Feliciano lands a big
Yeah, he came back with a stiff jab.
Sometimes you need to see a big shot land to gain some confidence. It looks like that's what happened with Feliciano right now.
Yeah, he kind of gaining some confidence right now. He's pushing forward. Be very interesting.
Good shot.
Good left hook to the body by Feliciano.
Feliciano coming alive here in the fourth. A little bit of swelling developing on the face of Gorham as well.
Like he said in the fighting meetings, he has 2 losses in a row. He can't really take a third loss, so he didn't come here for a paycheck. He came here to win.
Nice slip and counter to the body there from Feliciano. A little bit of a bounce in his step now.
Yeah, he's kind of making it hard on Breon. Trying to make Breon figure it out.
You're going to face rounds like this as a young fighter, though, after you're able to weather that storm.
Yeah, I see why you say he need to incorporate some feints. Some of those 1-2 are not landed.
Yeah, also he getting caught when he jabbed with him, so if he feint, that'll make him take the bait.
Right.
And another pull counter right hand there from Feliciano. A good round for the decorated U.S. amateur, Luis Feliciano.
Yeah, I'll get that round to Feliciano.
Shakur, not that you've lost many rounds in your entire career, but when you go into the corner feeling like, he might have got that round, what's your mindset going back?
I got to do what was working in the beginning. I got to go back to whatever was working and take away his confidence. You know, once you give a fighter confidence, they start feeling like they could do anything. So I got to find a way to take away his confidence.
What do you think about Devin Haney's performance? This is what I'm saying. There was a video where he was shaking his head and laughing, and I said, well, he did his part. He won the fight, so he can do that. He can laugh at Ryan because he won. He did his part.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't agree with the laugh.
Of course, we didn't love the fight, but if you won and Ryan was supposed to win, you could say something.
You know, I try not to be too critical on boxers because, you know, I'm a boxer myself, but only thing that I would say he should relax a little bit more. It seemed like he was moving their entire time. I think that he should have just stopped and let some off at a certain times, but I thought he did good. I thought he dominated the fight and is on to the next, so he probably won't have a performance like that against him.
Left hook again there from Feliciano, trying to build upon what was a good fourth round for him. The early rounds competitive, you probably edged them towards Breon Gorham, but now Feliciano likely has one round in the bank.
So we would give that round to Feliciano, that last round, is it safe to say?
But if I'm Breon, I'll try to get back to his body.
Like that.
What's he doing there? That's interesting.
Oh, that right hand got through there.
Seems like Breon came out of this off the stool knowing that he didn't have a great last round.
It's a good jab, too.
Good power jab.
This right hand to the body again here from Gorham.
Good try. This is a good fight, man.
Yeah, it is. Very interesting fight. Good jab by Gorham. Stepping over to the side. Overhand right.
Both men having their moments here in this round.
Yeah, but Gorham has to let his hands go because he can let Feliciano outwork him. Even if these shots aren't landing flush,
he's
still throwing shots. He's still throwing a lot more shots.
You know, Shakur, going back to your point about wanting both guys to feint a little more, we've kind of settled into that rhythm where it's kind of you go and then I go.
Yeah.
Feliciano's very confident now.
Yeah, this is a really good fight, though. Really good fight.
How do you change that?
That's one of your right hands to the body right there, Shakur. You blind him with the left and shoot that right to the body.
Oh, that was
good
a
counter
great
shot
right
by
hand.
Feliciano over the top, over the jab of Gorham.
He's feeling himself now, Feliciano. On his toes.
Again, this is what we were wondering about coming into this fight. Of course, the 2 straight losses that he's taken, but before that, he was one of the top prospects in the sport. Can he revive that kind of confidence and get that skill level back in this fight?
This is definitely way better than his last 2 performances. He's in there, but he's in there with a slick power puncher.
Young prospect. He's bringing that right hand back up. Caught that left
right hand to the body by Gorham.
Yep.
You know, Gorham at the weigh-in, Shakur, his underwear had pictures of his girlfriend all over. I'm not sure if you saw that post. Would you do something like that?
Nah, I would never do that. I love my woman. I love my woman. But at the end of the day,
that's too much.
Yeah, I think it's way too much. You know, and especially in this moment, you know, you got to be very focused, on point. I don't even really be around my girl when it's that time. So,
what you seeing here, Shakur?
I don't see my girl till after the fight.
They both had good moments. That was a good counter by Feliciano. Is a tougher round to score. Maybe Feliciano landed more shots.
I can't even tell you who I gave the round to, honestly.
The harder shots came from Breon.
I know Feliciano is making it real hard on Breon.
Absolutely. He turned it up a notch.
As round 6 begins, Breon Gorham and Luis Feliciano, a highly competitive fight here as Gorham comes out firing a right hand.
Ooh, wow. Jab. That was a good jab.
Left hook to the body, too.
A jab sounded like a right hand.
Seems like Gorham is turning it up a little bit in this round.
The right hand there from Gorham backs up Feliciano, but Feliciano back on that heavy jab again. When he gets that working, everything comes behind it.
See, that's why the feints need to be added to his game, because he keeps jabbing at the same time. Feliciano will not know when he's going to jab if he gets a little bit of feints.
You got to watch your fight against De Los Santos. He feinted the heck out of him.
Oh, good right hand over the top.
Big right hand there from Gorham. You saw the sweat fly over the top rope there from Feliciano.
That's a good jab, though, man.
Oh, beautiful.
The body goes Feliciano. And that will be called a slip. That has been an issue here tonight. Those
right leg. He got hit with a hard shot, but that right leg slipped out. And
yeah, it might have shown it counted as a knockdown, but
yeah.
It looked like a slip, too, so you have to see the replay.
Sometimes that leg give out when you get hit, too.
Good work Gorham is putting in right now.
Yeah, Gorham's acting like he scored a knockdown.
Yes.
This is the body language of someone who thinks, I might have a guy a little bit hurt.
He know he felt that right hand, so he's going to pressure him now.
Well, whether it's a knockdown or not, it's serving Gorham well, that energy.
That's another thing that's underrated about him, his feet. He kind of take them little 2 steps back when it's time, at the right time. So his feet is very underrated.
He's been landing a good jab upstairs. I'd like to see him stab it to the body a couple of times, mix it up.
Inside the final 30 seconds here of round 6. Big round for grind time, Brian Gorham.
It's a much better round for Gorham.
There's a big body shot from Gorham as the seconds tick away here in the 6th.
Gorham throws a right hand. Feliciano's waiting for the counter hook every time, but he's catching it.
Yeah, we got to see this replay.
Yeah, I thought that was a Brian round. Looked like he's figuring it out. So it's good to see this matchmaking. Hell of a fight.
Hit him at the top of the head.
It looked like a knockdown.
It doesn't look like the punch caused that right leg to slip out like that. I don't know. I don't know.
That's kind of
it could have been the force that made his leg slip. So it technically is a knockdown because he didn't get hurt and fell, but the force made his right leg slip.
Yeah, it looked like a knockdown to me.
That's a knockdown.
I would have counted that.
That's a knock. It just so happens to be, you know, the logo's a little slippery over there.
The ref's trying to take into account that there's a slip and slide on the canvas also.
I'm not mad at that call. I'm not mad at that call. And he caught that in real time too.
Gorham won that round big in here.
Yeah, he won that round.
And he's getting his confidence up. I think he feels like he figured it out.
It seems like it because Feliciano landed less shots in that round.
Round 7 now underway. Biggest test in the young career of Brian Gorham. Luis Feliciano trying to get his career back on track here tonight after 2 consecutive losses.
That right hand from Gorham might have took a little bit of the aggression away from Feliciano last round. Let's see what he does this round.
But is Feliciano with 2 rounds to go? Is he cool with just having a few moments? Is he trying to win this fight at this point?
Take a look at the punch stats here thus far. Brian Gorham landing 80 of 249. Feliciano 58 of 303. So, I mean, perhaps that answers your question, Dog. I mean, he's outthrowing Gorham. That indicates effort. It just means that the defensive capabilities of Gorham, they're obviously very high.
Gorham is way more efficient, you know, economical with his shots and landing the bigger shots.
Yeah, but I get what he's asking. I mean, I get what he's saying. He's basically saying, like, he wants him to come forward a little bit more. Like he's punching, but he's on the back foot. This round, it looks like he's trying a little bit more, though.
Yeah, trying to turn it up a little bit. He's definitely down in the fight.
Gorham trying to break through the guard of Feliciano with that right hand. Steps in with a good left hook.
Good job.
Nice counter shot there for Gorham.
He's just picking the smarter punches right now. Yeah.
He's catching a lot of shots, too. His defense is good this round.
That's the one error. If he go back and watch this, I would hope he pay attention to. The guys keep jabbing with him. And he kind of gets caught every time. When
just like right there, yeah.
One error, just add some feint so he won't know when you're going to jab.
Or take your head off the line when you're jabbing.
Yeah, that's true, too.
And, you know, one thing that you do in the ring, when you pull back, you usually pull back with your hands up. A lot of guys pull back and they leave their hands there and get caught with those shots, which he did once there.
Yeah, but it's the feet that's different with Shakur. It's the feet that's different. So, yeah, you see him pull back when he's on the ropes. But in the middle of that ring, his feet are fast.
Double right hand there from Feliciano. Gorham couldn't pull back out of the way of that one.
Man, you know it's crazy. I kind of gave Feliciano that round.
What?
Yeah, I kind of think
He did a little bit more?
Yeah, Breon took a round off. He took a round off.
Does Gorham have to come to finish strong?
I kind of gave Feliciano maybe 2 or 3 rounds, so yeah, I think you do. You don't want to leave nothing in the judges' hands.
As you see in the bottom right of your screen, the IBF heavyweight champion Daniel Dubois looks for redemption against the heavyweight champ Alexander Usyk in a highly anticipated rematch for the undisputed heavyweight title on July 19th at Wembley Stadium. The first fight was won by Usyk, but was not without controversy. Following a hot debate about low blows, they will run it back live here on DAZN.
I have to ask Shakur about that. I mean, was that first Usyk-Dubois fight, was that a legal low blow or was it a low blow?
It kind of looked like a low blow, but I think he had opportunity to make it right. You know, after he got up and the fight continued, I thought he had opportunity to make it right.
Yeah, I think the other point, too, is it was called a low blow, so Usyk took the time that he was given on the canvas.
Right,
and people were saying, oh, he didn't get up at the count of 10. Of course he didn't.
Right.
The ref told him it was a low blow.
He immediately called it low, so he just took that time, he milked it.
It's going to be a very interesting fight, though. Very interesting fight. I like Usyk on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got to go with Usyk.
I think he's very hard to beat at the heavyweight division.
Heavy jabs there from Gorham.
Oh, man, that's a stiff right
between
hand.
the gloves.
There's a lot of good work being done by Gorham here, but you know, you can make a strong case for Feliciano in 2 of the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, I agree.
But Gorham should Gorham be throwing, maybe putting some punches together more than just 2 shots?
Yeah, he definitely should, because Feliciano trying to outwork him right now. So he should definitely be throwing in combinations and letting the judges know he's in control.
Warning there for Feliciano for that right hand. A little bit below the belt, maybe on the hip of Gorham.
That right there is called patience. He learned patience and set it up.
Perfect on the money. Trying to close the show in the last round.
Gorham getting instructions from his corner. A lot of time to work with here in the 8th. Feliciano still wants to fight.
Now Gorham talking some smack.
45 seconds left in this last round.
That's a good jab, though, man.
Oh, no, this is the 8th round.
Quick combination on the inside there from Gorham, punctuated by that right hand. Again, we have seen Feliciano stopped in the past. He was stopped by Mike Juan Williams 2 fights ago, and he just walked into another beautiful right hand from Gorham.
A good hard jab there.
Did that hurt him, or?
I don't know, but his legs kind of shook a little bit. His legs are under him now, but they shook.
Sorry, folks, this is the 8th round, not the last. The 10-round fight.
It's a great round by Gorham.
Here's the knockdown.
He caught him coming in, full counter, put him down. Feliciano shook his head, but he was rocked by that one. Got up quick though, tough kid. Hurt or not, that's 2 points.
Yeah.
He just won right there, yeah. Basically, if he is winning, it just brought in the gap for him.
I'm a big fan of this kid, though, man. I'm definitely a fan of this kid. I think he got a huge future ahead of him, and I could definitely see him becoming a world champion.
Yeah, we seen him fight here sometime last year, and we said, yeah, he got the goods. But right now, he's really proving it to me because this is a good fighter. Like, I really respect Feliciano.
The interesting thing about this test, too, is this isn't a faded fighter that Gorham's in there who just loses belief in himself. Feliciano is still in there trying to make for action in this fight.
For sure.
He's finding a live dog every round.
This is the best I've seen Feliciano in a while.
I'm just saying, I think we could be watching one of the next world champions here, and we got to take real knowledge of it.
Just 24 years old.
Yeah, amazing to think, Shakur, that Breon's basically like DIY'd his career. He goes to Mexico to take his first 13 fights. He only had 60 amateur fights, and he's in there with a guy who had way more than that, and he's looking the way he's looking here tonight.
Yeah, that's called experience. You know, he kind of went and sparred with some of the best fighters in the world, and you can see it paying off right now.
I love what Breon is doing. I feel like he's landing 1 and 2 shots. Maybe he needs to put some combinations together and overwhelm Feliciano a little bit.
Especially since you already know that you can hurt him.
Yeah. And he's accurate. He's landing those shots. See, Feliciano is out of distance there.
Yeah, but sometimes when you let them combinations go, certain guys try to catch you in between, and I think that Feliciano got real good power. So
taking risks.
Yeah. But he just let off, 3 or 4 just now.
Feliciano, to his credit, he's recovered well from that knockdown.
And you don't want to give a guy like that more confidence by allowing him to land these type of shots.
Yeah, or opportunity.
Yeah.
And if you're Gorham, you probably are thinking and probably knowing you're ahead on the scorecards right now. The only way you can lose this fight is if you get yourself hurt.
Yes.
It's counter shot there from Gorham, just getting there before the right hand of Feliciano, but Feliciano stays with it, launches another right hand that connects.
Both guys appear to be in good shape, too. 9th round, still high energy.
Man, I'm telling y'all, man, this kid is the future. I'm telling y'all. I'm giving y'all a heads up right now. This kid is the future.
Now, did you think that coming into this fight, or are you kind of being convinced as you're watching him now live?
I've been knew it, but watching him figure this out, that's what kind of made me realize it. He figured out a puzzle.
Yeah.
That kind of let me know.
I kind of see what Shakur is seeing here, too. Like, he's making little subtle adjustments in there, landing big shots.
You're in great shape. Don't drop the hand right now at the left. Keep touching him, and when you get in the danger zone, keep battling with him and fight. Okay? Don't take chances with your left hand down. Keep scoring. We need to keep scoring the power.
Time doing the KO bonus in the first round or the last round.
I think it's cool. It's a good thing to do. So, I think it's going to make fighters fight harder.
It definitely has.
And his attitude. That's another thing I like. He got an attitude in there.
He definitely.
A lot of fighters just fight, but he got an attitude to him.
Yeah, outside the ring, he's very, very humble, always smiling, but he got that attitude in there for sure.
In the building across the ring, Cardenas that just fought Inoue in a great matchup is also in the building. What was your take on that fight?
I thought that was a hell of a fight. I thought he came in there and did. He overdid himself that night. I thought he put on a great performance. He wasn't scared of the moment. And
a shot there from Feliciano. Again, this is the money round as well. If someone can produce a knockout, they go home with bonus cash, as Ak alluded to.
Extra cash.
Come on,
a shot there from Feliciano. An uppercut from Gorham broke through also.
shots in the middle of the ring.
Then he's showing a good chin, too.
Yeah,
he got
I know
cold as well.
Feliciano could crack.
Right, Feliciano fighting like someone right now with not just the fight on the line, maybe his career future on the line now as well.
Good defense by
Saw that right hand coming. Gorham also being a little smarter than after get hit with those shots, not wanting to take major risk in this last round. He has a fight in the bag. Good work, though.
It's interesting. Gorham told us a couple of fights ago that he thought his main attribute was his athleticism. I think tonight, Shakur, as you're pointing out, it's his ring IQ also.
Yeah, his ring IQ, his defense, his feet. Man, I think that's a hell of a fighter right here. I'm telling y'all. You know, I'm a big fan of the knockouts. He get knockouts too, but I like to see guys tested and put the work in. I think tonight he figured out the puzzle. Yeah, he did everything he was supposed to do tonight. So.
Final minute of the contest. Feliciano still coming on hard here, but see Gorham able to use that athleticism, pot shots, and gets out of the way.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then step to the left. Another 2-3 combination.
.30 seconds remaining in the contest. You see Gorham taking a peek at the big screen to verify that. The hourglass running out for Luis Feliciano. It was grind time tonight. Breon Gorham just killing the clock here in what has been a career best performance. Coming out party for Breon Gorham tonight.
Good performance. Good performance.
Solid.
Clear victory, Shakur, for Gorham?
Yeah, I thought it was a clear victory. Like I said, I thought he figured the puzzle out and he did everything he was supposed to do tonight. Hell of a performance for me.
Listen, we appreciate you coming by and sitting with us the whole fight. Check us in the mail, though.
Yes, sir.
Check us in the mail, brother, because you deserve it, brother.
Shakur Stevenson working overtime voluntarily here, by the way. We didn't even ask.
Called the whole fight with us. He's a boxing fan.
A real fan.
I love that we can ask him any question, and he doesn't say, well, you know what, I haven't seen that guy fight. He watches everything.
Yeah.
I love that.
A future lined up for him after he's done with boxing.
Okay. I can see that. I can see that.
Respect.
Shakur, thanks so much, buddy.
Likewise, brother.
One of the best in the world, Shakur Stevenson. Very impressed with Breon Gorham here tonight. Gorham in tough against Feliciano in this one. And boxed beautifully and like a man beyond his amateur experience. As we mentioned, just about 60 amateur fights, taking on a guy who was a stalwart in the U.S. amateur system for years and years, was once in the position that Gorham is presently in as the undefeated prospect that everyone was talking about, everyone's watching on TV. And Gorham came up with the answers all night long. And justifiably, a lot of respect being shown between Gorham and Feliciano.
Going the distance inside the OTX ring, the official scorecard reads as follows. Judge Reyes scores it 98-91. Judge Russell, 97-92. And Judge Weaver scores it 99-90. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Reppin' Houston, Texas. It's grind time. Breon Gorham.
So Breon Gorham with the unanimous decision victory. You can see Feliciano's team not happy with the scorecards, at least. I don't know that they're debating whether they won or not, but not happy with the width of some of the scorecards. Maybe not fully indicative of how competitive this fight was. I know that, Shakur Stevenson was seated here with us, Brock. I think he saw at least 3 rounds for Feliciano in that one, but that's a testament to how hard Gorham had to work and how tough a matchup this was.
And I saw 2 of those rounds for sure for Feliciano, and I can understand them arguing the cards, but there was a clear winner, and it was Breon Gorham.
And he is standing by with Ak.
Congratulations, Breon, on a solid performance against your toughest test so far in his career. What's your opinion on Feliciano as a fighter?
First off, I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this victory, man. I worked hard at training camp. I gave it everything I got. I left no stones unturned. I want to thank my team, Lopez Boxing Club, Overtime Boxing, DAZN. Feliciano, man, I knew he was tough. Coming in the fight, I didn't take him lightly. I was telling my team, I'm not taking him lightly. He coming off 2 losses. That's what everybody see. But I know he feel like, oh, this guy 18-0 for to come to win and be back on top. And I had that on my mind the whole entire training camp. So I knew he was going to be tough the way he was.
What adjustments you made in the fight? Because he started midway through the fight, he had some moments and landed some big shots. What did your corner kind of inform you? Because I noticed the adjustments you made.
Yeah, they told me to just tighten up on the defense because I was opening up with the shots, and I shot the shots and moved my head off the line a little bit more. That's what they was telling me. So I put that in the work, and we came out on top.
We were sitting ringside calling a fight with one of the best fighters in the world, Shakur Stevenson. He also said that you made great adjustments in that fight, and he sees you definitely being a future world champion.
Man, thankful. Appreciate you, Shakur, man. Most definitely, man. I'm just working. I still got a lot to learn in the sport. I'm still a baby in the sport, man. It's always room to grow, always room to get better, and I'm steady getting better every training camp, every fight, and y'all gonna see the best of me. Y'all haven't seen the best of me yet, for sure.
How long before you want to be back in the ring this year?
10 weeks. 10 weeks we back in the ring.
A message to everybody in the building that came to support you today and everybody watching at home?
Man, I love my supporters, my family, my team. I'm thankful for y'all, man. Y'all been supporting me since day one, man. I love y'all, bro. I love y'all. I do this for y'all, man.
Congratulations. Great performance. Guys.
Thank you so much, Ak. High praise from Shakur Stevenson and a lot of confidence in that young man, Breon Gorham, Brock.
I mean, Shakur Stevenson said that we're looking at a future champ. Now, he probably doesn't realize that we was already saying that he's definitely a star in the making, but that's a lot coming from a 3-division champion.
Let's take a look at some of these highlights. An excellent competitive fight all the way through here between Gorham and Feliciano.
Yeah, he definitely showed a lot of IQ. That was a good pull counter. And that's exactly what he did. He changed up his defense. He made sure he didn't get hit as much as he was getting hit in a couple of rounds prior to that knockdown right there. And that shifted the fight, and he was able to take back control like he had in the first couple of rounds.
Let's take a look at the CompuBox punch stats for our co-feature between Gorham and Feliciano. You see Feliciano out through Breon Gorham in this one, but see the connect percentage, the defensive acumen of Breon Gorham, keeping him to an under 20% connect percentage. Gorham landing 127 of 387, a career best night for grind time Gorham here in Houston.
But that says competitive to me, because he landed 96 shots, Feliciano. That's a competitive fight.
An excellent performance from Breon Gorham to set the table for our main event. It is the OTX tournament champion, Andreas Katzourakis, taking on his next super welterweight opponent, Robert El Terror de Calle Cruz. That's coming up next.
Thought I deserved the decision, but I didn't get it. We move on and hopefully it happens again.
I can see why people would go with Dave winning it, and I'll have to be prepared for an even better Dave Allen next time.
His ceiling's been shown now.
And Dave Allen here is upsetting the odds.
He's lucky the fight never got stopped. I'm surprised he got the dub.
Most people felt that Dave Allen nicked it by a point, but it's 1 round away from a different decision.
Well, it is rocking here in the Owl's Nest in Houston, and it's going to get even louder. You see the family of Andreas Katzourakis, just one part of a large entourage of Greek fans in attendance to support Katzourakis here tonight in a main event opportunity against Roberto Cruz. As we take a look at the tail of the tape, you see these two 27-year-olds, their measurables, they are in favor of Andreas Katzourakis, who is an inch taller, 2 inches longer. Katzourakis ranked by 2 of the 4 major sanctioning bodies, looking to send a message to some of the big names at 154. Roberto Cruz trying to make a name for himself, an unheralded, undefeated fighter with the biggest opportunity of his career in the main event on Overtime Boxing.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his ring walk, Roberto Cruz.
Voy 500 a Robert, viene, estamos activos. Pero macho, Paco, me cago en nada. Ay. Estamos bien enfocados haciendo dinero con Dios de primero. Aquí somos guerreros, para los míos siempre estoy al 100. No tocó ser de acero, gracias a mí es que ya no estoy en cero. Ya no le vamos a bajar, ahora es que estamos subiéndole a los beatmakers que la pista rompiéndole por relajar. Como yo no están metiéndole y mucho menos ahora que ya no le vamos a bajar. Ahora es que estamos subiéndole a los beatmakers la pista rompiéndole por relajar. Como yo no están metiéndole, no. ¿Qué más, Robert? Wow, aquel quiso llegarme y no me llegó. Le pregunté si tenía un problema con mi pelo.
Roberto Cruz makes his way to the ring, flanked by RD, who's providing the soundtrack here. Cruz was a junior national amateur champion back home in Puerto Rico, moved to Texas because his wife is in the military and is stationed in Texas, where he now makes his home in Killeen, where he's hooked up with one of the most influential boxing coaches in the country, Jesse Ravello, who himself was a Pan Am Games gold medalist in 1967, defected from Cuba, where he then became integral in the U.S. national amateur system, was in the corner of Floyd Mayweather when he became the first U.S. amateur to beat a Cuban in 30 years, and in the corner of David Reed when he won Olympic gold in 96. Cruz now under Ravello's tutelage, and they truly believe that he is poised to pull the upset here in our main event.
Wow, that's a lot of knowledge and experience in his corner. And like I said, those fighting meetings, everybody was confident. And that's why we got these such competitive fights.
Cruz 11-0 with 7 knockouts, looking for a breakthrough victory here tonight in his new home state, looking to spoil the party for Andreas Katzourakis, who may just be one step away from some of the big names at super welterweight.
He's gonna be stopped at some point. My power, my stamina, my smartness in the ring, I think I'm a well all-around fighter, and I'm gonna show it tonight. At the end of the day, I already trained, I already did what I had to do, so it doesn't matter what he did, it doesn't matter what he's gonna bring to the table. I know what I'm gonna bring to the table, and it's gonna be more than what he does. It would be great of me, and I would love to be able to represent OTX down the line, and even become their first world champion.
Entering the arena, Andreas Katzourakis.
Kudratillo, Abdukakharov, Robert Terry, and Brandon Adams. By far the most difficult draw of anyone in the tournament, and he made it out as champion. But now he has his eyes on even bigger title gold, and with a ranking inside 2 of the 4 major sanctioning bodies' rankings, Katzourakis is starting to talk about some of those bigger names. His manager, David McWater, said, hey, if there were to be a phone call for a fight against Virgil Ortiz, we're saying yes in about 4 seconds.
Wow. Yes, he's had the toughest road in OTX, but that's a big jump. Virgil Ortiz.
I think it illustrates the level of confidence in Katzourakis at this point in his career. But all of those dreams are dependent upon another impressive victory here tonight in our main event.
That's actually the best shape I've ever seen Roberto Cruz in. And you know Katz is always in shape. So
we don't know what we're going to get from Cruz yet, but the confidence we know is there.
We continue inside the premier combat sports venue in the Lone Star State, the Owl's Nest, Houston, Texas. This is OTX Friday Night Fights. It's contest set for 10 rounds. On the line, the WBA Continental America Super Welterweight Championship. President of the World Boxing Association, Gilberto Jesus Mendoza. Supervisor, Julio Time. Judging this bout at ringside, we have Jesse Reyes, along with Randy Russell and Coy Sittern. And now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 undefeated fighters, but someone's gonna take an L tonight. The OTX main event is on now. Presenting first, in the blue corner, making his OTX debut tonight, he looks to stamp the first L on his opponent's record, as well as maintain his own undefeated streak of 11 victories. 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. El Terror de Calle, Puerto Rico. Body, Roberto Cruz. His opposition across the ring in the red corner. Tonight, this world-ranked contender, an OTX Super Welterweight Tournament champion, puts his WBA Continental America's belt on the line and risks it all, including his undefeated record of 15 victories. 10 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Athens, Greece, and representing his adopted hometown of Houston, Texas, Andreas Katzourakis. With final instructions, referee John Shorley.
Okay, guys, for the main event, give me a good, clean fight. Obey my commands. Protect yourselves at all times. Trust gloves. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the money round. The OTX KO bonus is on the line.
It is main event time here in Houston. Andreas Katzourakis now making his home here. Made his way to the United States from Greece. Has settled here in Texas, as has Roberto Cruz. And their journeys collide here in the main event, round 1, scheduled for 10.
Roberto been out of the ring for a little bit over a year. Still looks to be in shape. We'll see if there's any ring rust.
We last saw him scoring 4th round stoppage win over Terry Chatwood, that being in April of last year in San Antonio. Of course, Katzourakis coming off that win over Brandon Adams in one of the best fights of 2024 in November of last year.
Very competitive fight. And Cruz already trying to impose himself with his jab. He landed a jab early in the round.
Katz has so many styles. You know, this is definitely not how he fought but he just has so much in his arsenal. Yeah, definitely in his arsenal.
See the size of Katzourakis. He is a big, physical 154-pounder.
Looks so much bigger than Cruz.
Massive size advantage here in this one, although Cruz and his team insist that he has the power to keep Katzourakis honest as he lands a couple of good shots to the body.
It seems like he has power. You know, if you look at all his past fights, he has 4 knockouts leading up to this fight, but it depends on the caliber of fighter, so we're going to see if it translates this caliber.
Katzourakis really prides himself on his durability. Their management, his management, excuse me, believes that no one at 154 can stop him. They say that you might beat him, but you're not going to knock him out.
Good
you can see the smile on the face of Katzourakis, even when he takes some shots.
Cruz is the busier man, obviously, in his first round, and so far, 2 minutes gone, and he's done the most work so far, so obviously only the first round.
And this has been a pattern in Katzourakis' career where he is better in the later rounds than he is in the early rounds, and indeed a lot of pressure fighters follow that pattern where the early rounds often could be ones that they give away.
I think he's showing some good defense. You know, he's in a shoulder roll stance, and he's deflecting, he's weaving, he's not really getting hit.
He's getting hit with some body shots, though. He's getting hit with some clean body shots. But yes, to the head, he hasn't been hit cleanly.
See, that was a good block right there of that jab by Katz.
Yeah, no, Katz is a skilled fighter, high IQ.
Final 10 seconds of the opening round. Roberto Cruz much busier in this opening frame. We'll be happy with this one as he heads back to the stool.
Katz obviously trained by Hall of Fame legendary trainer Ronnie Shields.
Well, if you're struggling to hear Ronnie Shields there, so are we, because it is so loud in here that it is very difficult to hear Ronnie Shields as round 2 begins. Pretty good start for Roberto Cruz.
I would give him that first round.
Here's the nickname of Cruz, El Terror de Calle, a little bit of an ode to the most famous fighter from his city of Calle, legendary Pedro Montañez, the Hall of Famer, El Torito de Calle. Good shot there, Roberto Cruz with a smile on Katzourakis' face, but a confidence-building moment here.
Kind of startled him a little bit.
And this is something that the Cruz corner was talking about. They said that they were looking for uppercuts, and if Katzourakis hunches over the way that he tends to, they're going to walk him into uppercuts.
Yeah, that shot, that left hand stumbled Katzourakis right after Katzourakis landed a nice left hand. But it seems like he's got his feet under him right now.
And I tell you, Cruz is moving his head pretty good after those combinations. In the exchange, he's slipping a lot of shots.
And that's one thing Cass was saying, like, he looked at the tape of Cruz and he says, you know, he doesn't look like he's on my level, but people come to fight me differently. That's why he's had 3 tough fights leading up to this one. The opportunity is here. Cruz trained for this. He's undefeated. He definitely doesn't want to go home with an L.
Nice uppercut again there from Cruz.
Katz needs to start putting some offensive punches together. Some good work by Katz.
I think that shot that stumbled Katzourakis earlier in the round it's woken him up.
Yes, indeed. And he switched to this guard, switched to the high guard, walking him down instead of trying to outbox him from the outside.
Nice uppercut again there from Cruz, just as he predicted.
You know, even though Katz is smiling, and seems like if he actually put his foot on the gas, he'll do some work. But Cruz is the busier fighter so far in these first 2 rounds and landing more shots. I like to see the punch stats in these first two rounds.
This is where Katz is dangerous, though, in this style right here.
Yeah, in the pocket?
Yes,
yeah,
in the pocket, high guard, blocking them shots coming in and letting go, ripping to the body and upstairs.
Good left hook to the body by Katz. Oh.
Cruz couldn't catch that one. He's trying to fire back, but his high, tight guard of Katzourakis has him in a much better position.
When he turns up the offense like that, it forces Roberto to not just go backwards, but also not really sit down on the shots.
Not engage, be even more of a defensive mode.
Exactly.
So far, though,
you want to put the power puncher on your back foot. I didn't even hear that bell. It's so loud.
No.
I really didn't hear that bell.
Could not hear the bell.
I didn't know why he walked away.
Good 2 rounds from Cruz so far. But Katz started to turn it up.
Over that round. I think Katz took over that round. Looking for that left hand. It happened right after.
Right hand.
Oh, it was a right hand.
Right hand that hurt him.
The left hand came from Katz, right. And it stumbled him. He smiled.
Good 2 uppercuts.
So I think it was the force that really pushed him back. Maybe he wasn't hurt, but after that, he said, okay, I'm going to put up the high guard, and I'm going to walk him down, and he landed some good hard shots.
I think he definitely turned it up towards the end of that round. I don't know if it was enough to win the second round.
Yeah. Maybe not.
Round 3 underway of what has been a good action fight so far between Andreas Katzourakis and Roberto Cruz, who has to be happy about his start so far. Seemed to have had Katzourakis affected in the second round. Now Katzourakis turning up the heat a little bit. You know, Cruz was on Marco Antonio Barrera's podcast earlier this week, and he said the key for him in this fight, number 1, get off first. That if you let Katzourakis initiate the action, that's when you're in trouble. But he felt that with his upper body movement, that he'd be able to give Katzourakis trouble. I think we're seeing examples of that so far.
Yeah. 100%. I think Barack, that Katz, you mentioned he's a great inside fighter in the pocket, but I think he needs to start using his size and length more in this fight because Cruz in the inside is getting his most working.
Body shot there from Katzourakis right along the belt line. He looks for the same shot with the right hand. Good uppercut again there from Cruz. That shot, as he felt, has been there all night long for him.
One thing I haven't seen is Cruz show any discouragement, even though Katz turned on his offense and started walking him down last round. Like, he's really trading hard shots right back with him.
Yeah, it just seems like when Katz lands a clean shot, it's with more force and doing more damage. Outside of that one shot that hurt Katz slightly for a second, he hasn't been able to move Katz back.
Right. I think it's just about technique. Like, Katz is really doing crisp, short shots.
And sitting on those shots.
Yep.
One thing you're seeing already, too, guys, is that although Cruz is having his fair share of success, maybe has won the first 2 rounds, he's having to work very hard to do that.
Yes, good point. I think Katz needs to do more of this more often to really separate himself in this fight.
Body work again there from Katzourakis.
Looking for an uppercut from Katz on the inside.
Cruz trying to step in with that right hand.
He's been able to had a lot of success with the uppercut. Both right and left uppercuts, Cruz has. But his little mouse on his right eye already.
Katzourakis catching those shots. Starting to find a defensive answer for those hooks and uppercuts on the inside. And that'll do it for the round.
There's so many different facets to Kat's game.
He doesn't always use all of them. Like when he fought Terry.
Let's take a look at our DAZN YouTube poll. 62% of those taking part believe that Katzourakis is ahead right now. 38% voting for Roberto Cruz.
We'll see. Well, let's get to some of the punch stats. I'm curious to know what those are. Whatever copy box can come up with those. We have a great team.
There they are, Ak.
There we go. Katzourakis landed 10 more punches and throwing just a couple of less. I tell you, it's that defense of Katz that's just underrated. He's catching a lot of these shots.
Round 4 begins.
I don't think the referee heard the bell.
Good double jab. Start off the round by Katz.
You know, Brock, to that point about Katzourakis' defense maybe being a little bit underrated in talking
you see that?
To the man who signed him, Brendan Segalis, also the matchmaker here tonight. When we were asking him about Katzourakis' best attributes, he talked about how smart he was, and not necessarily about what I think a lot of people feel about Katzourakis. They think about physical pressure, his endurance, his cardiovascular ability. They talk about how complicated the fight plans that Ronnie Shields can concoct are, and the fact that he can follow them.
Right, you're absolutely right. Brendan has been very high on him since before I knew who Katz was, and he did speak about his ring IQ. I'm just seeing it on display beautifully tonight, and I've seen it before, but I also seen him take his opponent lightly and make a fight harder than what it probably should have been with Terry.
Robert Terry.
Yes. Yeah.
Took a good right hand from Roberto Cruz about 15 seconds ago.
And Corey, you mentioned Brandon, the matchmaker. I mean, I can't say enough about him and what he's done with these matchups. I mean, look at what we're watching right here. Great matchup.
See Ronnie Shields in the bottom right of your screen there. Of course, Katzourakis having the luxury of being around so many great fighters in the gym. Between the Charlos and Lara. We talked about even a session he had with Guillermo Rigondeaux where he picked up a couple footwork tricks as well.
Oh, man, his feet were unbelievable. One of my favorite fighters at one time, Guillermo Rigondeaux.
Of course. One of the best.
Body shot there from Cruz. Both men landing to the body.
I love the way Katz is able to throw the jab and then turn it over to a left hook right after.
Get the feeling that Katzourakis is starting to outwork Cruz a little bit here in this round.
Still being defensive minded on the inside as well. I like that.
You know, to Corey's point, Cruz has had great moments, but is making such an effort, having to make such an effort to get those shots off. And Katz seems more comfortable in the pocket there.
And he's winning his round, pure skill. Pure skill.
There from Katzourakis. That one might have had an impact on Cruz.
And he finishes it with a nice left hook to the body.
Final 10 seconds of the round.
Finding the right distance, finally, Katz.
Nice reply there from Cruz, a right hand, but still a smile on the face of Katzourakis. This is the kind of action he loves.
I did not get a bell again. This is great.
Lands right on my eye from that right hand landed by Cruz.
I forgot to tell you, sweat went in your mouth too when you was talking.
That didn't happen.
Let's take a look back at some of the action for the previous round.
Oh, this was a great round for Katz. He really turned it up. Concentrated on his defense, but just controlled the distance. But it was really the defense that set this round apart from any other round. He was able to land his shots and still parry, move, slip shots coming from Roberto Cruz. because even those shots which landed, he rolled with and didn't have such an impact because it didn't land flush.
Katz is definitely turning it up a few notches, but Cruz is still in this fight, guys.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he can crack. So he's still a dangerous fighter in there.
And he's still very confident in game.
And Katz can't get lax, you know, being too confident with his defense, especially like when he's near the ropes, pulling back.
See if Roberto Cruz can hang with the pace of Katzourakis here.
See, the distancing and the footwork is what Katz has over Cruz.
Nice uppercut again there for Cruz. That shot continues to find a home.
Yep. And then he shifts to the side and landed a big left hook there. Good right hand by Katz.
Right hand for Katzourakis. He brings a left hook behind it. Katzourakis says that he knows that he's getting in shape in training camp on his 10K runs when he's finishing a mile in 5:35. That's moving, guys. That's winning a couple local road races, depending on where you are.
That beats my little 9-minute mile. That's pretty fast.
He feels that if you give him 3 weeks, he could easily run a marathon and do so at the same pace.
Oh, wow.
Nice right hand again over the top there from Katzourakis.
Katz's right hand is definitely finding a home easier and easier as the fight progresses.
And Cruz not reacting to that right hand quite as quickly as he was before, not countering it with the same regularity. But there's a nice left hook to the body for Cruz.
I'll tell you what, guys, Katz is landing the bigger shots and seem like he's taking more control of the fight. But Cruz has an answer back almost every time.
Not necessarily landing those shots that Cruz is throwing.
Some of them are sneaking in there, but not landing as efficient as it was earlier in the fight.
Cruz got a good chin.
Yeah, I heard with some big, clean shots. He needs a better hairstyle is braided. Those braids shouldn't be coming out in the fight. They're too loose.
That's so
funny. The body from Katzourakis. We see a little wobble on the legs of Roberto Cruz.
If he can keep him off him and keep that distance, he might be able to land some bigger shots.
Legs look a little shaky.
Time ticking away in the round, but Katzourakis may have finally broken through.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Tough kid.
Katz appears to be in great condition, not breathing hard in the corner.
When is he not?
Has dealt with the flurries and the moments that Cruz has had in the fight with great composure. Still credit to Cruz for trying to win this fight.
The vibrant Greek community here in Houston, they are all out in full force here tonight. They have packed the house at the Owl's Nest. Cruz taking every extra second on the stool. He stumbled back into that corner at the end of the previous round. We'll see if he's been able to recover as round 6 begins.
And let's see if he's tentative or not with his power shots.
Katz said he was levels above Cruz, and as the fight progressed, he's starting to show it.
Cruz should start mixing up his shots too, because he keeps throwing the same combinations, and I think Katz is just ready for it.
think
Katzourakis has made a little bit of just a stance adjustment, too. He's not getting touched with those uppercuts. Leaning back a little bit more, jabbing a little bit more often, seems to have corrected that.
Also, I agree with that also. I think he's tested Cruz's power at this point and is comfortable walking him down, because you get hit with a fighter with real serious power, you don't walk him down that comfortably.
And there from Cruz, though.
Yeah. Still having his sneaky moments in there, Cruz.
Wow. Beautiful shot there from Cruz. Gets underneath the right hand of Katzourakis. Comes back with one of his own.
Just seems like the smaller fighter that can't really do real damage to Katz.
It's not for a lack of effort,
no.
But as we've been talking about, he's using up a lot of battery power in order to get his work done, as Katzourakis rips a nice left hand to the body. He's moving a lot more this round, but able to bounce back from getting visibly hurt at the end of round 5. He just ate a nice left hook on the inside there from Katzourakis.
Cruz lands a good left hook to the body.
Hard left hand to the body there from Katzourakis. And Cruz felt that one. Cruz nearly fell through the ropes.
Wait a minute. That was a knockdown. The ref didn't score.
There's a serious discussion being had in the corner of Roberto Cruz as he staggers back to it for the second round in a row.
Let's take a look at this. What I thought was a knockdown.
So I thought I saw one of the cornermen grabbing a towel.
See? When the ropes hold you up, I don't understand what happened there. And it was after this shot, even though it was just a jab, it's still a punch.
Definitely.
But maybe the ref is saying that the punch, no, I say that's a knockdown. That's what you talk about when the ropes hold you up. Either way, it's clear Katz win.
They're looking close.
Cruz corner having a long discussion there. Round 7 begins.
They were still in the ring when the bell rang.
Cruz just leaning in right now. The body language maybe of a fighter mounting his last stand, and it is a valiant one. He is still ripping hooks to the body.
Katz looks so strong in there, looking like he's ready to close the show.
Great movement and defense from Katz. And just barely slipping these shots.
Katzourakis just with that menacing smile.
That's an evil smile. Setting up these power shots.
Smiling at you, haunting you all over the ring.
And throwing big, hard shots as he does it.
Wild slipping shots on the inside.
Right hand again.
Ref needs to start looking closely. I think it's looking closely. Then he answers back. But his shots are not moving Katz at all.
Cruz is still fighting back.
Credit for that valiant effort by Cruz.
Just incredible hard from Cruz, but it's clear that he is starting to erode, courtesy of the buzzsaw that is Andreas Katzourakis. Another hard body shot there from Katz.
Katz is really comfortable in there, kind of pulling at the jab, ready to land a big shot to end this fight with one shot. There we go. Straight right.
The movement now from Cruz just seems to be trying to get away from Katzourakis, but there's nowhere to go.
Body shot landed. Body shot put him down. Very tough.
Towel. Comes the towel. Andreas Katzourakis is no Greek myth. He's the real deal.
Respect to Roberto Cruz. He didn't want that towel in, but I respect that when the corner throws the towel in. Great performance by Katz. That's a beautiful end for the night.
Wow. What an ending. Round 7. Incredible.
And Baraka, I think what's most impressive of about this performance is that Katzourakis seems certain of this outcome the whole time. He has been smiling since the opening bell, as if to say, it's going to end at some point, believe me.
Even after that one shot that we thought stumbled him a little bit, that right hand early in the fight, he kept a smile on his face. Sometimes fighters do that when they're losing, but he did that confidently, knowing that I got this. You're not on my level. He went in this fight thinking that, but he showed it. And it wasn't an overconfidence.
A dominant performance from Andreas Katzourakis. And again, to put that win into perspective, beating Roberto Cruz, that in and of itself isn't an indication that you're world class. The way that he beat Roberto Cruz, that's how a fighter who is a world-ranked fighter beats someone like Roberto Cruz, with that level of confidence and with that kind of authority.
Exactly. There's a phrase used in boxing a lot. It's called, did what you had to do. And that's what you're supposed to do. And what I said earlier, and when we opened the broadcast, is that Katz needs a fight like this, because his last 3 fights were tough split decisions or majority decisions. He needed a fight to show what he has in the tank.
All right, we are ready. We are ready to make this one official. Let's send it back up to Lupe Contreras.
Ladies and gentlemen, the blue corner informs referee John Shorley their fighter is no longer able to continue, obligating him to stop this contest with an official time of 2 minutes, 37 seconds of the 7th round, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout and still the WBA Continental Americas Super Welterweight Champion from Athens, Greece, Andreas Katzourakis.
The world-ranked Andreas Katzourakis gets the knockout victory in our main event. All smiles in the Greek community here in Houston. All right, we're ready to hear from Katz. He is standing by with Ak.
Congratulations on a phenomenal finish tonight. As that fight started, Cruz came on strong in the beginning, and you had this smile on your face like, okay, I see what he's coming with, but you seemed like you knew you were going to eventually take control of the fight. Did he pose any threat early in the fight?
I don't feel that he posed any threat early in the fight, although on the second round he came out with some more explosiveness and power. I got caught with a right hand, it was nothing, but you know, it's what you said. Sometimes I like to feel the power of my opponent first, and then I wake up and do my thing.
How do you rate your performance tonight?
Look, It's what I said to my coach, Ronnie Shields. Usually, unfortunately, I'm a little slow starter. Once I get hit a couple of times, I feel like I always step it up. So at the end of the day, I feel like we close the show how we were supposed to.
You mentioned leading up to the fight that you were levels above him, that everybody would see it.
Yeah.
You feel like you showed that tonight?
100%. I feel that showed only with the jab. And like, on the outside, I was always outclassing him, but I wasn't connected as much as I wanted at the beginning with the right hand. That's why I started wanting him down more, because the right hand was there for the taking. And yeah, that's it.
Late last year, you won the 154-pound tournament in a big fight against Adams. Big win tonight. We know you're looking to big fights, right?
Yeah.
You want to put yourself in a position to fight for a world title.
100%.
What's next?
You got to ask that man right there, and overtime. That's what you got to ask. I hope it's a 12-rounder. That's what I hope.
You know, you're a crowd favorite here in Houston. A lot of people came out to see you tonight. Please send a message out to the people watching at home and the people in the building tonight.
Look, man, first of all, I want to thank everyone for being here. Honestly, I'm away from home, but I feel like it's home. All the Greek flags around the building, all the fans are here for me. I love that. Thank you, everyone, so much. I love you all. I wanna give a big shout out to WBA for coming up. President Gilberto Mendoza, I don't know, probably he left the ring, but he showed up just for the fight today. I want to thank him for that. The Overtime organization, my coaching staff, Splitty Boxing, everyone here that made it happen.
And last, anybody watching in Greece at home, send some to your hometown, back at home in Greece.
Look, man, probably it's 6, 7 in the morning right now. I hope you had a good night's sleep. I don't think you had. Thank you all for tuning in, and we're going to bring them home.
Congratulations on a good performance. Looking forward to seeing you in the ring again, champ. Guys.
Thank you so much, Ak. Another exciting performance from Andreas Katzourakis, just breaking down Roberto Cruz round after round in this one as we take a look back at the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, he really turned it up. He really stepped up his defense and took over the fight, even though Cruz had his moments. He's a power puncher. He's relentless in there. He didn't come to lay down. But the edge was definitely, from the beginning, was with Katz, and then Katz turned it up a notch. And his offense was just a little bit too much, overwhelming. Hurt him a few times in there, and that body shot put him down.
And there was just a certainty about the approach and the attitude of Katzourakis all night long. Like, I'm going to get this knockout. And he was correct as we take a look at the CompuBox total punch stats. You see Katzourakis 158 of 427, just overwhelming Cruz, who only landed 60 shots in this one. Again, seemed to impact Katzourakis with one of those shots, but not enough to hold off the Greek bull that is Andreas Katzourakis. Will maintain his rankings in 2 of the 4 major sanctioning bodies. As we look back at some of the highlights from tonight's event, Ak, you're back at the table here. Your final thoughts on tonight's show?
I thought it was a phenomenal show. Obviously, you know what we do here at OTX. I love Grion and what he proved tonight in his toughest test. You know, one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world, you know, kind of concurred with that he will be the future, one of the guys in the future of boxing. And I think Katz made a statement tonight with that knockout victory. Looking forward to see him fight a bigger name at 154.
And there was that knockout victory from Katzourakis. Barak, your final thoughts on tonight's show?
Well, usually there's just one person that stands out to me, but this time it was a couple, you know. I like Goran, but I also saw a different side of Nathan Lugo, and I was happy to see that.
Indeed.
All right, for my broadcast colleagues, Ak and Barak, for our producer, Lauren O'Connor, I'm Corey Erdman saying so long, and we'll see you at the fight.
Listen up. Let's have it. We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big. We've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop